Time being 6:01.
Recording in progress.
There we go.
I call the March 4, 2026 Town Council meeting to order. Please ask for a moment of silence. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Note to residents, all citizens are welcome to attend public meetings in person. To view the live meeting remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel or the live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. To listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using this number, 1-929-205-6099. To participate in the meeting remotely, citizens may join the Zoom webinar using the information below, which I will give you. Meetings are recorded and archived on Franklin TV on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel and shown repeatedly on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. The Zoom webinar details ID number 871-0412-8201. Any participants who wish to speak during the webinar must enter their full name and email address when joining the webinar. All participants will be automatically muted upon joining the webinar. In order to speak, participants will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Announcements from the chair. This meeting is being recorded by Franklin TV and shown on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. This meeting may be recorded by others. Chair identified, we have nobody participating. Upcoming town sponsored community events, we don't have any in front of me. So. Citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their view for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda. Compliance with Chapter 38, Section 20. The open meeting law, the council cannot engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizens' comments. The council may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Nothing herein shall prevent the town administrator from correcting a misstatement of fact. Is there anybody in the audience? Just state your name and address, Al.
Alan Earls, 23 Marvin Avenue, Franklin. I'm chair of the Franklin Historical Commission, and I'm here again with some of my colleagues from the Historical Commission to again urge you, as you set your goals and look toward the year ahead, to finally consider setting up a study committee for local historic districts. I've spoken to some of you individually over the years about that, and I think over the last 2 or 3 years there have been a couple of formal presentations. I think Ted and the Chair may remember those. It looks more complicated than it is. It's kind of a no-brainer, and for people at home who may say, oh my God, they're going to take over my house and keep me from doing what I want to do with my house, it's not that bad. It's kind of like the Liberty Mutual ad where you get to customize your car insurance. We get to customize this however we want. The first step, and the only first step, is to set up a study committee. There's no commitment beyond that. The council can end it after that, or you can take it further, and it always involves input from community members and neighbors and individual homeowners. It's a really good process, and I think especially as the town approaches our 250th birthday, where we're celebrating so much of our important history, this is a really wonderful opportunity to ensure the future of the town, the character of the town, at no initial cost, and really, it's kind of a no-brainer. I don't know if anybody else wants to add to that, but thank you. And we would be happy to come individually, as a group, any way you want, to walk you through the process. Thank you.
Thanks, Al. You want?
Brandon Carrico, 24 Anna Road. I just want to kind of concur with what Alan was talking about. I'm also a member of the Historical Commission. I previously served on the Historical Commission down in Sandwich, where I lived previously. It was extremely successful, created a great sense of community, really brought community members together. It's a sense of pride knowing that they owned a historic home. So I think it's at least worth the effort to investigate it. Thank you, guys.
Will Lee, 18 Martin Ave. I promised him the last one, I hope. I just want to echo some of the stuff they said, but I want to add to, it's something that the state gives towns the power to do. It's one of the few mechanisms that we have to preserve some historic buildings in town. And if we leave that on the table, it just feels like a missed opportunity. About 100 other towns have it. They make really good use of it. They look all shapes and sizes. Hopkinton, I'm the assistant town clerk there. It has 2, and they're both for different things. So I think we can, set up a study committee and take a look at it. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Is there anybody else?
Hi, my name is Catherine Hartz. I live at 5 Calistoga Way in Franklin. This is my 21st year as a Franklin resident. I wrote this before I knew the agenda, so I think I need to cut some of my things out so I don't talk about what's on the agenda. I think that's the rules. Let me know if I step on anything. I don't get to come to the meetings very often because I'm raising young kids, but I really appreciate the access that's given by Franklin TV and Steve Sherlock and anybody else who makes that happen. I do try to follow along, and I appreciate that I can watch them on a Thursday afternoon or Sunday night or whenever. It's important to me, so thank you for that. And I appreciate all the new energy and eyes that we have in our new town council this year. I just, as I watch the meetings, I have some concerns and frustrations that I don't feel like I'm seeing a lot of infrastructure. We have a brand new town council, and I don't see what I was hoping. I know I'm probably not allowed to use the word subcommittee, so I won't. But many of you ran on platforms that were based on fixing the budget and finding the waste and creating new revenue. And I am just unsure of how we move forward if none of those things can be discussed, because I see that your meetings are so packed, 4 hours plus. There's no way to discuss any of the things that I know that I'm concerned about with our budget. I'm really concerned with our budget. A lot of you said you're gonna find new ideas to bring revenue in, but I don't understand where those conversations can happen if they can't happen here. So we're at month 4, and I'm just feeling a little worried. I'm happy to see that some of these things are on the agenda tonight. I think I can't probably use the word liaison, so I won't. I'll just skip all of that and just say I feel like we're at a critical junction in Franklin, and we need an abundance of transparency, public trust in our leaders, and public-facing information, such as meetings that we can go to or watch, and minutes that we can read. Those things are really important to me, and I hope that with tonight's agenda, I hope that the council is able to move forward and provide that to the community. I think it would be peace of mind, and I know as one person in the community, I'm watching and I'm waiting to see what solutions our new members are hopefully coming up with. Thanks.
Thanks. Anybody else? We'll get to you, Joe.
Yeah. Were you in line?
No.
I'm last. Hi, I'm Steve Dadarian. I live at 10 Regent Circle, Franklin resident since 1983. And I'm here to promote the idea of Franklin building on its green community status, which has given us access to grants, et cetera, a lot of progress made, to stepping it up to become a climate leader community. This would basically bring us to a higher tier of grants that would become available, where the green communities moves towards 80% fossil fuel independence from fossil fuels. The Our climate leader program would bring us up to 100% by 2050, not in the near-term future, but it's a goal to work towards. It would require our forming a committee in town that could be comprised of people who are on various departments. It could be residents. It could be people on commissions, that sort of thing. And this is just an initial idea that we could start pulling this together and working towards it. Again, Franklin's made a lot of progress since becoming a green community, but I think there's another tier that we can attain, and I think it would be a wonderful thing to do. Thank you.
Okay.
Kim Muchel, 4 Briarwood Road, and I'm wearing a different hat today. I'm coming to you as the chair of the Board of Health, and just wanted to let you know that I am so excited that I am working with such a dynamic health department that really takes the health of our town into consideration. And so I wanted to give you a save the date, because on May 20th, from 2 to 5 p.m., we are going to be holding a Women's Health Expo right down the street at New England Chapel. And it's basically in order to educate, empower, and support women in taking control of their health. We're going to have local vendors and healthcare partners to provide information and resources on preventative care, nutrition, fitness, and more. But it's not just that. The real exciting part about it is we have been able to secure the only free mammogram van in the state to come. So the one from Dana-Farber will be at New England Chapel from 7 a.m. to 3:15 p.m. to do free mammograms for 22 women. You're going to have to sign up in advance. The church is also going to provide childcare, so if a mom who can't afford one and wants to have a free mammogram and has kids, that will watch the kids while she gets her mammogram. But we are just so excited that they are coming and that we've been able to secure that. But it's coming down the pike. We haven't quite finalized everything, but I wanted everyone to do a save the date. Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat the location?
New England Chapel,
Right across the street.
right across the street, and we're gonna have the mammogram van right outside the church in the very front so that you'll be able to see it. So hopefully everyone will know.
And you said May 20.
May 20th, Wednesday.
Thank you, that's awesome. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Joseph Evans, 5 Tamashana Road. First, I'd like to just echo this woman's comments about hearing some ideas about starting to create some new revenue. I know you guys have, most of you guys have only been sitting for a few months, and I know you've been overwhelmed with a lot of new material. So we all look forward to seeing that, as it's definitely going to be a necessary conversation. If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I have a prepared statement I'd like to read.
Go ahead.
At the town council meeting on January 21st, 2026, the council was asked to ratify appointments to the Zoning Board of Appeals. I raised questions regarding one appointee because of a potential prior connection between her household and a development project that had come before the planning board. My questions were fact-based and limited to whether her husband had any involvement with the 380 King Street project, paid or unpaid, and whether that required disclosure or recusal while she served on the planning board. At the meeting, the initial answer was that he had not. After the meeting, I submitted a public records request. The documents I received include an email dated January 11, 2023, in which Mr. Williams states, quote, "I am working with the owner of 380 King Street to develop the property," end quote, and schedules a meeting with the planning director and zoning enforcement officer to discuss development options. Additional publicly available information shows that Ms. Williams has an active role supporting her husband's architecture firm. Public records from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts also show that Ms. Williams is a registered manager of craft architecture, confirming her official involvement in the firm. Furthermore, records indicate that after Mr. Williams' prior involvement with the property owner ended, he participated in a design review committee meeting on the same project. These facts provide further context for why disclosure of prior involvement allows the public to have confidence in planning board decisions. I want to be clear that my intent in asking questions at the January 21st meeting was factual and information seeking, not accusatory. I value integrity, and as a lifelong resident of Franklin and former Franklin police officer, I take my responsibility as a citizen seriously. My goal has always been to ensure transparency and public trust in town processes. I'm not drawing conclusions or making accusations. My goal is transparency and public trust. When a planning board member's immediate family has prior involvement with a project, with a company that she herself is a corporate officer of, disclosure ensures public confidence that decisions are impartial. As I entered these chambers tonight, I noticed the framed quote from Benjamin Franklin. Quote, "Honesty is the best policy." I believe that principle applies to all of us, elected officials, appointees, and citizens alike. My intent has simply been to make sure the record is complete and transparent. I respect this council, the individuals involved. I'm providing these documents for your review, and I thank you, everyone, for your time. And Mr. Chairman, if you wouldn't mind, I just ask that if I'm providing these documents, it would be officially entered into the record. Thanks, sir.
Anybody? Dave?
Thank you. Dave Callahan, 30 Plain Street. Just giving another update from the school committee. Franklin School Committee met last Tuesday virtually as everyone was snowed in, but where we unanimously approved the superintendent's FY27 budget. And again, this represented a 2.5% increase from our current budget that we're working with. Amazing, really kind of accolades and kudos to Superintendent Jagier, Ms. Malati, and their entire team for putting this together. To be able to land at 2.5% with inflationary costs as they are, with skyrocketing transportation and special education costs, was a Herculean effort. But they were up to the task. And of course, this is after and really only because of the over $3 million in cost avoidance because of the reorganization the Franklin Public Schools underwent. And while this budget I'm incredibly proud to be able to kind of support, it's also worth noting that this was after the failed override last year where the school department had to cut $2 million from the FY26 budget. It was all a part of the open conversations. It just kind of like, this was the shared agreement the entire town had. However, with this new FY27 budget, those cuts positions aren't being brought back. Nonetheless, what it does offer is a sense of sustainability and predictability, which is almost priceless. And so to be able to kind of know that this 2.5% is something that's manageable and we can kind of have that sustained growth as we look forward is absolutely fantastic. The school department, the school committee also voted on next year's school calendar, which can be found right on our website and is going out in our newsletter, which is probably going to go out any minute now. And we also, worth repeating, kind of talked about at our meeting. I want to give incredible kudos to Brutus, to Carlos, the entire DPW crew. What they were able to do following that snowstorm was nothing short of a miracle. To be able to get all of our kids to be able to get to school safely on Wednesday is absolutely fantastic. And for transparency, I say that as a Friday trash pickup guy. So despite the fact that I'm living like Oscar the Grouch right now, I'm still singing their praises. They did amazing work. And that's what this entire community has, so many great departments that are out there and employees that are working for it. And it's always wonderful. I always want to give that opportunity to show that appreciation when they're shining. So thank you all very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dave. Is there anybody else in council chambers? Anybody in Zoom land? Do you see anybody? Okay. All right, now we're going to council comments. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of thank yous to notice tonight. Again, echoing Dave's comments on the DPW and their fabulous work they've done all winter, keeping our roads clear and keeping us all safe. Amazing work, given all the volume of snow and the countless hours they put in. So thank you. Big thank you to all of them. Additionally, I'd like to thank police officers Vicar and Luther. Good story this week about their service and help to a stranded elderly couple that needed some assistance. They were snowed in, and they managed to help arrange to have the driveway plowed, and further checked up on them and were told that they needed some milk, so they actually went to the store and got them a gallon of milk, which, love those stories. That's great stuff. And then, of course, our fire department, always watching out for us and taking care of us. Had a house fire on Peters Lane, and rescued 2 inhabitants of the building, took them to the hospital for medical treatment and so forth. So fantastic job from all those services this week. I love those good news stories. 2 other quick ones. I noticed on Franklin Matters and also on the town website, there's a request to update emergency contacts for our citizens across town. So if you haven't had a chance to see that or go to it, it'd be great to be on that emergency contact list. That's important for us. And a big shout out to Chloe Bowser, Franklin High School sophomore, who won an essay contest, which resulted in her claiming the town of Franklin to be named on the new Massachusetts, USS Massachusetts submarine, which will be commissioned in a few weeks. So I know we'll have a chance to honor her in a few weeks, but fantastic, good for her. I read that story the other night, and it made my night. I shut my computer down and I said, love this good news, yes.
Nothing else is gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. So that's it. Thank you, sir.
From my end, Councilor Malloy took a lot of what I was going to speak to, but I think there are 2 points worth reiterating, and then one new point. First, again, probably saying the same thing as everyone here. Much appreciated the work that the DPW, the police department, fire department have done throughout these last few weeks. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's felt like this winter has been about 40 years. So a day like today with the sun out and some melt has been, it has been fantastic. But I don't know how we manage without the support of our public services. Now, we still have to figure out how to make sure that they have the support that they need, that we're showing that to them as well. And I think that speaks to a couple of the comments made earlier today. Secondly, I concur with Councilor Malloy around just how great it was to hear about Chloe Bowser's essay. I love getting good news like that. I will encourage the community to please share that with us. I'd love to continue to highlight that. Because frankly, these are some of the things that make Franklin special, and it's easy to get bogged down in the things that aren't working. But when we have successes and wins like that, I think it's beneficial to allow us to just speak to it. So, I don't know. Shout out to Chloe and and the teachers that have helped her, accomplish this task. So that's it. I just wanted to say thanks there. Wanted to shout out Chloe and just encourage people to let us know with your successes. Let's share. Let's have the town share that. That's something just to think about and reflect upon as we go forward here.
It's called Take the Win.
Take the win. Exactly.
All right, I have no other comments. They have taken everything I was going to say, so just ditto and kudos to all of our town departments who've done some really, really great work, and of course to Chloe in high school. So I will not belabor it.
Councilor Blank.
Just a few things. The first thing as it relates to the subcommittees, I would say certainly while we're not on a personal level, while there are no subcommittees, that does not preclude whether it's some counselors or all counselors from having discussions with other members, I shouldn't say other members, but other people and staff within the town. I myself have had conversations with the planning department, downtown partnership, the cultural head of cultural and growth there, because everyone knows economic development is certainly one of my things, as you talked about. So while a subcommittee is not formed, has not stopped individual counselors to start laying the groundwork so that when we do have a subcommittee, we'll hit the ground running rather than kind of plodding along. So while it's not visible, there's always work. I will say this much, I've done more in the 4 months I've been a counselor now than I did in the 2 years when I was here 20 years ago. Maybe it's because I'm 20 years older and I'm a little bit wiser or whatever, but I can definitely say I've done more behind the scenes than I even did 20 years ago. The second thing I know there was a lot of back and forth around the trash and whatnot, so David brought it up. I appreciate the patience. There was no good way for that all to settle out. So I appreciate the patience of the Friday trash. I love your thing, Oscar. We'll call them the Oscar the Grouch group or whatever, so I do appreciate their patience. But ultimately, it was a historic storm, and I didn't even know until we started getting the emails that there's a limitation to what the drivers can work. So it's not as if they could work 6 days this week. They can't. They can only work 5 days. So there's a lot of things that laid into that. So I appreciate everybody in town's patience with that. Yes, there were a number of people that were upset. I certainly would be upset if my trash wasn't getting picked up either, but I appreciate their patience. I just want to follow up on last meeting where we were talking about the budget. The town administrator put out a call kind of to each of us. What do you guys want in the budget? So as I put my stake in the ground the prior meeting, I am challenging the rest of the counselors here to give to Jeff what you want in the budget. Whether you want it to be cut, whether you want 2.5% increase, what do you individually want in the budget? I put my stake in the ground, and that's what I'm going to stick to when it comes to the budget. So I challenge the rest of you, the 8 of you, to give Jeff what you want in the budget, because without that, we're just flailing for the next 4 months.
You just went back 20 years. You said Jeff.
I said Jeff, sorry about that.
Just wanted to get you there.
Sorry about that. I do that, I say that to Jamie all the time.
I'm definitely taller than him, Mike, but other than that, I mean, we look a little bit the same, and we speak the same.
There you go. And the last thing is, and unfortunately, this is for the now non-residents of Franklin. I have a lot of friends that have moved out of Franklin, that have moved down south to the warmer weather, and they love it. But the one thing they hate to get is the voicemail from Brutus about the trash and all that stuff. The question I have is, so we ask people to get on the list, how do you actually get off the list?
You can go in and unsubscribe. And most people don't do that when they move out of town.
Correct.
And the way they usually find out is when they move to South Carolina and they still get Brutus's message, and then they email us and we take them off.
Okay,
So
they
it's
either
just-
can do it, because
Yeah.
I literally want to text them back tonight and say, go unsubscribe or blah, 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 so.
And we purchase through the service we buy, most of the data that comes from that is called from cable subscriptions. And so sometimes, even if someone has that cable subscription, it may be if they move, we won't get that updated data set for another year because we get it once a year. So
Yeah.
sometimes there's a delay, and sometimes we miss a few. But usually every storm like that, we usually get 1 or 2 emails from people and we just take them off.
Yeah, this person has lived in Bluffton, South Carolina for 9 years now, and she calls me every single time. Brutus just told me there's no trash pickup. What do I got to do? So I'm done.
Do you tell
Thank
her it doesn't apply to her?
Thank you. All set.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I would just want to, use this as the first opportunity or one of the opportunities to respond to citizens' comments. I think that in terms of the structural deficit, which was sort of addressing that, I do feel like we can move more urgently on that. And it's something that we need to work towards doing more. But we have been doing a lot. We have been doing full agenda, 4-hour meetings. But I hear the concern that, this is going to be a long slog to the finish line into how do we fix this. But I think that it is something that we need to move more urgently on going forward. So I hear your concerns. I just want to let you know that I recognize that. Thank you.
You all set, Mike?
Yep, all set.
Okay.
Okay. Couple things. As far as excuse me, as far as the snow and the trash, yes, I do applaud the DPW for the roads, and the fact that we were able to open schools on Wednesday was pretty impressive. I also understand the restraint when it came to waste management with the hours that they can work, and with the snow, the delay going from 1 to 2 days and so forth. However, there's half of Monday's residents that did not receive pickup. I am a Monday resident pickup. I was picked up on Wednesday. And every person who's a Friday pickup did not get picked up. We pay for services rendered. If they are not getting picked up, Waste Management should credit the town for the hours of work they did not do, and that credit should go to any resident who did not get their trash picked up. That is my opinion. I have heard from countless people, emails, my phone going, ringing, to the point that one person, I had to call them back and apologize because my battery completely died from the amount that I was actually on my phone. So I think it's something that we should look into. The giving the 2 bags is great, but as a family of 5, 2 bags wouldn't even fill a day for me, when it comes to trash and children. So while that's a great avenue to try to help, it doesn't undo that Waste Management is receiving funds for something they did not do, regardless of why. If they only allowed so many people, then they need to make sure their staff to be able to do the job that they are contracted to do. Even if delays are in effect, they should be able to do the manpower. And if they can't, then they owe us a credit. I will say that. And I'm very bad with names, so I'm very, very sorry, but I wanted to, what's your first name again?
You know me by Kay, but my legal name is
Okay,
Catherine.
because I thought I was losing it, because
No.
I thought you were Kay, and then you came up with a different name.
My name's Catherine, but I feel like I should say my legal name if I'm speaking.
Okay, so I wanted to touch base on what you said, and I want to tell you that I feel everything that you said. Yes, we are doing work, and, like, with Councilor LeBlanc, he's been talking to different people, he's been on council before. It's kind of very comfortable for him to kind of flow into those roles. Obviously, we have other councilors that have been in it. As someone who's new to council and pretty much is learning as I go, I feel lost too. I don't feel that we're spending enough time really talking about it or going over ideas, and I can have a conversation with Jean, and then I could have a conversation with Mike, and then I could have a conversation, oh, I'm sorry, Councilor LeBlanc,
That's fine.
and whoever you are. And so forth, but for me, it doesn't work good that way because I need that group. I need everybody talking, jumping in, cutting this person off, saying, yeah, but did you ever think about this? Because that's how I work. So us not being able to do that is causing me a lot of anxiety, in all honesty and transparency, because I don't know how to fix something if we're not allowed to have these conversations and our agendas are so full with things that have to be done that there doesn't leave a lot of room for those other conversations or having residents engage with us. So, I agree with you. I think that we need to really focus on it, and I think a lot of some of the other stuff that we do, even though it needs to be done, we should be trying to have at least one of our meetings a month is strictly just conversations and ideas and tossing things back and forth. I don't have a business degree. I've never run a business. I'm a homemaker with a hairdressing license with a COBOL education that is obsolete, and I know how to budget. But I have to learn this stuff, and I can't learn this stuff if we don't have the groups to put us together, and I need people who have that experience to share it with me so that I can say where I think we should go based on everybody. And that's pretty much all I have for council comments, so.
Thank you, Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly ditto to all of the comments made. You know, congratulations to that extraordinary young lady on her essay, and thank you to all of our departments for their work during this crazy storm. Thank you to the public that mentioned the historic district conversation. We'll certainly see if we can incorporate that into goals. And also, you know, thank you for bringing to our attention the Women's Health Summit coming up, and that the mammogram coming to Franklin. I think that's really fantastic. Couple of things. I know that a lot of parents are a little bit frustrated about the after-school options. So I did talk to our friends at Creative Corner Art Studio. They have some openings, so if there are working parents out there that are looking for, maybe it's now, maybe it's for the summer, maybe it's for next school year, reach out to them and see about a slot, whether they have stuff for 1 day or all 5 day, and they do have some transportation options. Also want to encourage everybody, if you don't already have your tickets, FPAC Online is doing Into the Woods in March. Yes, the Stephen Sondheim Spectacular is coming to Franklin with Broadway talent. I'm not the only one that can be excited about this. So go to FPAC Online, get your tickets, and join me at that incredible show. I also want to encourage everybody to go to franklinculture.org. Because Corey Shea and the team of volunteers from the Cultural District and the Cultural Council, they're putting together a ton of activities, public art opportunities, including fairy trails and Franklin Tales, which I had to look up what a fairy trail was, but that was pretty cool to learn about how kids and adults can form fantasy artwork at a miniature scale on some of our public areas. And there is also a public call for, in partnership with Dean Bank, there's a $1,000 stipend for artists for a mural residency project. So I would encourage everybody to definitely take a look at that. And I did want to just quickly apologize for things a few weeks ago. It got a little out of hand. I think we are all human, and we get emotional about this stuff, and we love our town, and we love all of our department heads and how hard everybody's working. And I did reach out to the superintendent to apologize for putting him on the spot that night when we were talking about capital. I know that other department heads have heard that from me over the years about using capital money for what should be operating, and that whole discussion. And I could have called out the police department, I could have called out the fire department, I could have called out other things. I chose to only have my comments focus on the schools, and that wasn't my intention. It was more just to bring things to light and to show folks that we do have some very real budget concerns, because there's a lot of things on that capital list not getting done because operational things are being shifted, and we're going to have to come up with those solutions. Again, my apologies to him and to anybody from the school committee that I may have offended. That wasn't my intention. And lastly, condolences to longtime Franklin resident Tony Scardino and his whole family for the loss of his mom this week. She had a heroic battle with cancer, but unfortunately passed a few days ago. So please know that we're thinking of you, Tony, and family. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So first off, ditto what a lot of people said about the work by the DPW on the storm and everything. That was kind of unprecedented, what we ran into. Wanted to comment that my first job out of college was working for Electric Boat, and I never got to see a sub launch. you know, so now I'm like really excited about going to the christening of the submarine, so that's really cool. Wanted to talk a little bit about the situation with the trash. You know, we got a lot of emails, texts, calls from residents. As a matter of fact, there was a resident who reached out to me who said, hey, what about giving out, you know, free bags for the residents, and I contacted Brutus to let him know that. So that's great that the input from that. But people understand, is this an unprecedented situation? That being said, now that it has happened to us, I think we should have a plan in place going forward to say, okay, if this ever happens again, if we have to miss a day and we can't get to it, that, you know, we're either going to provide the free bags or we're going to allow people to just put extra trash bags out with their carts, or however we want to handle it. I think we should have definitely like a playbook to go to for that, but realize that obviously, you know, it was a tough situation for the DPW and for the town, and that we're all wish that it didn't happen. I'd just say that. I like the idea, this is the last couple things I'll say, I like the idea of these citizen committees. I worked on a couple of different committees. One for solid waste, where we reduced the cost of solid waste, cut the trash bill in half. And the other one was on recycling, which I spent probably about 8 to 9 years working on trying to improve recycling. These didn't pull a lot of town resources. On the solid waste, it was a 1-year committee we had. We had one town councilor, I think, who served with us, and we would occasionally ask for information, pull information. But I like the idea of this, is because I think if we're going to have to solve this budget issue, I think it would be great to look at seeing if we can pull from our citizens to help us with this. I think, you know, town council has their duties, and I'll be willing to serve on that as part of the town council representative with citizens. But I think, you know, we have the finance committee. I know they have the kind of agenda that they have to work on and have to do. You know, this kind of thinking outside the box, coming up with ideas on, and maybe even presenting it back to the town council and finance committee, where residents, you know, we can open up to residents. I love the idea of that, so I'd like to see us consider that. Let's see, last but not least, did you say COBOL?
Yes, don't even get me started. I used to program in COBOL. Now it's not even
a language. That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing in electric boat, so just so you know. All right. And yeah, that's all from me.
Thank you. Okay. Obviously, I have been at the airport probably all winter long, opening up the air runs and runways, and it has been a very, very bad winter. I can tell you that. I don't know if I was home 7 days, 7 nights all winter. I was always in there. So ditto to the DPW. I know they did a great job. I was on the phone with Brutus all the time. We always talk because we do the same thing. And I also deliver oil, and I've been in some towns, I won't say where, but if I was a taxpayer, I wouldn't pay my taxes because their roads were horrible trying to get through. It was awful trying to get down there. So dittos to the DPW. The trash, I mean, some towns, they postponed it for the whole week. They didn't even, we lost a day. They postponed it for the whole week. They you know, and I don't know, Jane, but I know that I've done some union contracts, and if Mother Nature is involved with that, then we don't have a leg to stand on, if that's the way the contract was written. I don't know if it is, I don't know if we have that, because the couple ones that I did with trash pickup, if Mother Nature stops it from coming, and we don't have a leg to stand on. That's just the contract.
Well, you just have to look at the contract.
No, I don't know, I'm just saying. And I have to give kudos to the fire department. Last Thursday, my brother-in-law was having a massive heart attack in Franklin, and called 911. Unfortunately, he's fine. They had to med flight him to UMass Worcester, but it was a long time to come because the ambulance had to come from Bellingham. So it was like 20 minutes, and somebody's having a massive heart attack. That was, and it's not the Franklin people. I mean, the engine showed up, they were there anyway, but, that just goes to show you that, you know, we should work to try to get that third ambulance up. Because that was a long time, especially if you're sitting there, you know what I mean? So, but they did a great job, and I thank Chuck and I thank everybody else for doing that, because they were there, we had to wait, you know what I mean? You had to get med flighted after, so. That was pretty scary, but, they did a great job, so I commend them. But outside of that, oh, and I'd like to give condolences to Paul Compton. Paul Compton passed away. He was kind of a legend in town, should I say? But he passed away, and he was always good to have a conversation with. So, you know, may he rest in peace. He was a very nice guy. But outside of that, I think we will move on to subcommittees. The only subcommittee we have is the budget subcommittee right now. And I don't think they met. You haven't met, right?
We have not.
Ken's the chair, so, but, and we will have subcommittees. It's just I gotta work with Jamie because he doesn't have enough help to, so it's not gonna be like every week. It's not gonna be, you know, it can't be because he just doesn't have enough help. But we will have subcommittees, I promise you. I'll probably name them next, in March 18th, right?
Yeah.
Is that next meeting? I'll probably name them then. Okay, so just so you know, we have been working like everybody else said, but it is hard with no help. Town administrator report?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Glad Steve could get back to his chair. Norm! So a couple updates and to follow up on the comments tonight. So just the snow and ice budget this year is now, before last night, $2,167,177. So after last night's near $65,000 double ice coverage throughout town, which was needed, if any of you were up really early this morning, you know, the men and women's hockey teams could have played, you know, probably on many of our streets and in our yards. At least my driveway could have been a hockey rink. You know, we're going to hit both the operating budget and also go through the entire snow and ice stabilization fund. And we're probably going to hit it right at that number. So we're going to be really close. But we won't have any excess money to put into the savings account. And so it's good news and bad news. Bad news is we went through it all, but hopefully with the weather forecast coming up the next 2 weeks, and with a few thoughts and prayers, hopefully we can keep the cold weather behind of us. I'm not going to reiterate all the thank yous to the Public Works Department. They know how I feel about them. They did an amazing job. I do want to send a huge shout out to the custodial team. Most people may not be aware, but our DPW does all the roads. They do the sidewalks, but our custodians do all of our town and school facilities. They do all the walkways. They came in extra time to make sure that everything was ready for school. And I just want to give a huge shout out to our custodial team who do an unbelievable job and oftentimes goes a little bit unnoticed. And I do want to thank our fire and police, as many of you probably saw. We were on TV during the first portion of it with a huge power line down. And just want to thank them for their continual bravery and all the other stories that Councilor Malloy and many of you know of their small acts that they do that make a huge difference. And I couldn't agree with Councilor Malloy on his comments. You know, I'm lucky enough, and I hope all of you are fortunate enough that as you move on as a counselor, you'll notice that those acts that our officers and firefighters do happen every week. And they happen to go unnoticed, but a lot of people, you know, get a lot of help from our officers. They're an incredible team. Trash, I'm not going to rehash what everybody said here. I do want to emphasize a couple points that were not mentioned. One, I do want to apologize to the residents who were impacted by this. We appreciate everybody's patience. I think despite a lot of the emails that all of us got, I think there were far more people that were just doing the best they could to work through the situation. Just want to thank them for their patience. We certainly obviously take all the input and emails to heart. Obviously responding to a lot of those folks over the weekend takes a little bit of time as well. But for those of you who did miss trash pickup, as Councilor Grella and others mentioned, there are bags at the DPW. We did work out a system where people can use their own trash bags so they don't have to go down to the DPW. But I think more importantly, part of the playbook is the recycling center is open for those residents to go down and throw away their trash. They were open every day this week on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So now that it's Wednesday night and the recycling center just closed at 6 o'clock, for anybody that still has an issue and wants to dispose of the garbage in their house, you can go down tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday from 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And I think, as many of you probably are aware, most communities don't get curbside trash pickup. And so a lot of communities, you have to drive to the town dump or the town recycling center and drop stuff off yourself. We're very sorry for the inconvenience for a week or two that folks may have to do that, but we did provide the recycling center for all those residents. So it's not like if you don't want the trash in your house, which we fully understand, just drive down to the recycling center, and the staff at the DPW are there to help out. You can bring down all your recyclables. And we're not charging anybody for that extra fee. If you don't have a recycling sticker and you were impacted by this, we're not charging you $35 on that at all. We do have a contract with Waste Management. I will say I don't have it memorized off the top of my head. But to Councilor DeLoco's point, there's usually an act of God provision in there. And even if there isn't, it's extremely hard because when something like this comes up, it didn't just impact Franklin. It impacted dozens upon dozens of communities all over the place. And so in this type of thing, you're basically into a contractual battle about how to do that. And I would say that, hopefully people will have some understanding that this was a historic storm. It's going to be difficult to do that type of a credit, if not impossible, and that there were communities across all of the region and across the state that had those disruptions. So. If I do hear of any other communities that are going forward with that kind of concept, certainly let people know. And I would remind people, this has been a historic winter. We all know that. We've been very lucky to have very few power outages in town, very, very few. This is the first time in over 10 years that there's been a missed trash delay since I've been here. And I was trying to get Brutus to remind me, I don't think he's had one like this in his 21 years in Franklin. So. This is 1 week where there's one minor disruption, and it's not to try to say that I'm not empathetic to the cause, but I think that these things do happen, unfortunately. Last summer, I'd remind everybody, if people were watching the TV, there was a massive strike from the Teamsters Union where they walked off the job for about 3 months. And the city of Newton, city of Peabody, and about 20 communities on the North Shore didn't have trash pickup through their entire city for the entire summer. And so we can think that this is a tough thing to triage, but when you go back and look what happened last year, that was a very serious public health threat that those communities were facing. So I'm hopeful by the end of this week, with the recycling center being open and free for people to throw away their trash, hopefully once everybody gets their trash picked up later this week, hopefully we'll move on. And I'd be remiss to say, I'm sure the 60-degree weather, hopefully this weekend, will hopefully improve all of this as well. To address a couple of Kay's points, I had this down anyways. So next week on March 18th, or 2 weeks from now, the council should expect a joint meeting with the school committee. On that agenda, the feature presentation will be the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. That's the statewide education office. They will be coming to give a presentation and answer questions on education on state aid. I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions, hopefully about hold harmless. And we're currently working with the other chair of the school committee, and I've talked to the superintendent about how to try to maximize that night. And I think a couple of the primers may be, how do the council and school committee want to work together in the future? What kind of schedules they want to be on. I think to Kay's comment, many other people, trying to figure out what some of those solutions are going to be. And also, it's not something you still have to do, but the superintendent and I are going to try to give an overview of what a strategic planning process would be to try to come up with community shared values, shared principles, and things of that sort. So we're looking forward to that meeting because I think it'll be very productive, and I think it'll address a lot of the community concerns. I would note, if you go onto the town franklinma.gov and you go to the town budget website, you'll see the town budget link. You can go right down to FY27, and the staff have loaded up the materials from that were presented on February 11th. So my memo, the budget model, some of the things that changes, some of the concerns. So if people in the community want to start getting acclimated with that information, it would certainly help quite a bit. The Finance Committee just last week appointed their members to the Joint Budget Subcommittee meeting, to the Joint Budget Subcommittee. So Julie and I are going to put out a save the date. We're looking at March 25th, but I'm not sure that that date may or may not work yet. If not, we'll have to kick one of them out to April. So the Joint Budget Subcommittee should be getting started soon. And also, just to note to the comment on subcommittees, we will be discussing that tonight. I hope the council comes up with a list of subcommittees, just for the record, and I'll talk about it later too. I'm not against subcommittees at all, but as Councilor DeLoco pointed out, I just want to set the expectation that the subcommittee be able to meet. I'm going to have to disperse some of that work to other staff and just try to coordinate and how to manage the amount of hours that staff are out on subcommittee meetings. So hopefully we'll have that done later on. Really quickly, personnel update. A big breather in our office. Liz Kalajian has started. Her first day was the snowstorm. Her second day was the snowstorm. But I was proud of her. She jumped right in. She got on our emergency management calls when we were checking in with the chiefs and the other staff and the superintendent. So it was great to have Liz. And it was also great. I think I knew this, but I didn't. But Liz had actually had experience in Franklin before, working at a public relations firm with the schools. So Lucas had some really nice things to say about Liz when she got on the call. It was kind of a surprise for everybody, so it was a good kind of karma, serendipitous moment. Also, our part-time administrative assistant, Sandy Moore, has started earlier this week as well. Hallelujah for Julie, really more than even me. So it's really exciting to have Sandy in the office. Also, facilities. Our Deputy Director of Facilities will start within the next couple weeks. So finally Kevin will have, saw him here earlier, he'll have a full administrative team. He's been down one person for a little bit. As Councilor DeLorco mentioned earlier, the 3rd ambulance, the paramedics will be on. And so that's for daytime peak hours. So that's a really good thing to obviously have back. And we've had 2 mental health clinicians on our staff leave for Greater Pastures. And we were able to fill one of those, Danielle, recently. She starts, I believe, next week. And so it's looking like our mental health division at the police department is going to pick back up covering their turf throughout the community as well. And finally, I want to end on another positive note. I just want to thank the Benjamin Franklin Classical Charter School for reaching out to a bunch of us. Usually on an annual basis, they come out for the Reach Out and Read Across America program. I went down and read a book by Miranda Paul called Right Now yesterday morning. And to the first graders at the charter school, it was a tremendous experience, as they always are. I want to thank Brutus and Ali Rayum, and I know there's probably some other folks from town and from our schools and from our volunteer boards that went. But in a very uplifting moment through one of the books, if you're familiar with it, maybe you're not, there's a point in there where one of the little girls that was successful in trying to petition for world peace at a tender age of about 7 years old, I asked all the students who were 6, I asked them, I paused and I said, so how many of you kids believe in world peace? And I have never seen hands go up faster in my life. They were jumping off the ground. The teachers got a tear in their eye. I did too. So it was very heartwarming seeing what we're seeing throughout our world. To see, yet again, children being our leaders right there and saying, we believe in world peace. And so that was a really great experience and a really uplifting one in dark times to see the excitement around something like that. So I thank them at the charter school for an incredible experience, and I know that they do a great job over there. So appreciate the update, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Just wanted to update that the town of Peabody, I work with the chairman of that town council, and he's a Teamster, so he had a rough summer. This time he had a rough summer. So, okay, we don't have any proclamations or recognitions. I have an approval of minutes from for February 11, 2026. Clerk will.
So motion to approve.
Motion approved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Additions, deletions, any? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? appointments. Franklin 250 Anniversary Celebration Committee, Courtney Scheimer, is she here? Or online?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You want
Want me
to,
to read it?
clerk will read the appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an appointment to Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee. The town administrator has appointed Courtney Scheimer to serve on Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee with a term to expire on June 30th, 2029. The motion is to ratify this appointment by the town administrator of Courtney Scheimer to serve as a member of Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee with a term to expire June 30th, 2029.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And I have a motion and a second. Councilors, any
Discussion?
discussion at all?
Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with that. I'll second that. All in favor? of the
Aye.
appointment?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Yes, thank you, Courtney.
All right, no public hearings, no license transaction. We have a presentation, but I talked to a couple people, and I think we're gonna move this to the end of the meeting because we're gonna move to legislation for action to get the other stuff done quicker, because we really don't wanna stay here longer after we have the big presentation, so we'd rather end on that.
Makes sense.
Sounds good.
So, we have, we're gonna skip resolution 2610 and move to resolution 2611. The clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Resolution 26-11, the establishment of an ad hoc subcommittee to preview the town charter. Whereas the Franklin Town Council desires to establish an ad hoc subcommittee to review the town charter. Now therefore, the Franklin Town Council hereby establishes the ad hoc subcommittee to review the town charter as follows. The purpose of the Town Council ad hoc subcommittee to review town charter, hereinafter known as subcommittee, is to have 3 town councilors authorized and appointed per section 25 of the Franklin Town Council Procedure Manual to conduct a non-binding preliminary review of the Franklin Home Rule Charter. The subcommittee will consist of 3 members of the Town Council, including a chair, vice chair, and clerk. The subcommittee's responsibilities will include conducting a non-binding preliminary review of the town charter, conducting outreach to the community to receive feedback and public input, producing a final report, which may include recommendations on next steps and shall be reviewed by the town council to determine the will of the public in altering the town charter. The subcommittee shall be advisory only and will not supersede any formal legal process required or authorized by Mass General Law or within the Franklin Town Charter or the Town Code to amend the Franklin Home Rule Charter, and the committee recognizes that to amend the town charter will require a charter commission and/or legitimate and/or ballot authorization. Legislative, not legitimate. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Motion to approve resolution 2611.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion? Any discussion?
All
No?
right, so I just want to make sure that I'm clear. This committee would then put forth essentially the same thing we'd be asking a charter commission to do. So we would be creating a subcommittee to put a ballot question out, or to decide, to recommend to us whether we vote to put a ballot question so that the town can decide whether we create a charter commission. To me, that seems like a little bit of unnecessary work. That, I feel like this is, when we don't have time for subcommittees, this seems like a subcommittee to do a lot of work that is gonna then have to be done by a charter commission down the road.
Before he goes, just give me one
Okay.
second. Yeah, that's the council's decision, right? We did a charter presentation, I think, November, December. My impression was the consensus was to go forward and do something. But I think the bigger objective as part of this committee is to kind of do some outreach to people, find areas at which there are issues in the town charter that either the community or other town boards, have concerns about, whether, not just on the council either, by the way. I know, for example, many members of the Board of Health and the Board of Assessors have asked to not be elected for many years. There may be some other areas. So I think the primary point is to try to get kind of a list of, issues with the town charter that maybe others have, and then decide whether or not you're going to go all in. Once you decide you're going to go in on a charter commission, you're correct, Councilor Griffith, you have to go to the ballot, you have to have an election, a charter commission is elected, and then they have full independent autonomy. There are other legislative routes through home rules, but I think defining what you're going to try to fix in the town charter is really a big deal, and that's step one. Once you put a charter commission out, then it's open season, and then they come back, and then there's got to be another ballot question. So I think my impression was at first that the consensus was to have some sort of activity, because I think I was getting the feedback that I think a lot of people in town, different stakeholders, were having some different issues around some of the provisions there, not just staggered terms, and I know the school committees had issues with that too. So that's really the goal here, just to produce a large report. And if the decision is to go to a charter commission, then that's the council's decision to put that on the ballot, at a special election or a regularly scheduled local election in the future. Thank you. I hope that helps.
Through the chair. Jamie, wasn't there, or Mark, I thought you had just also described a way that we could maybe potentially make some changes or small changes to the charter without.
Yeah, so that was the point I was going to make.
Okay.
First of all, as the administrator indicated, the important thing is to identify where you believe the deficiencies are. That drives what your options may be.
Right.
And then there are several different legal mechanisms available to you to determine how you want to proceed.
Right.
So basically, what you're saying, Mark, is that it all depends what it is. We might not have to go to a charter review.
Right.
I think that's what we're coming up with.
Through you, like in 10, 12 years ago, the community decided they didn't want to elect the treasurer collector anymore.
Right.
And the treasurer collector didn't want to be elected anymore. And you had to go to the ballot twice, but that was just a simple ballot question, because it was a limited change. It was just that one change, right? So I think that's part of it. And I do want to say, I appreciate Councilor Griffith's acknowledgement of the restrictions on staff and time and whatnot, but I think that's in your purview to kind of define as a committee, like, well, where do you want the time spent? And if the charter commission is not an area of priority, that's okay. We should focus on some other areas. So I think it's kind of goes hand in hand with the goals tonight, I think. So I appreciate that.
Well, just to follow up, I agree. I feel like, if not all, then most people up here have said that there are things that should be addressed in the charter. It was just my understanding from, previous comments was that to change the charter, regardless, we were going to have to do a charter commission, so it felt like, why are we doing a subcommittee to then put it to the town to vote on a charter commission, to then have them do the work that we had just spent time on the subcommittee to do. But if if we can find some things that can be done without going to a charter commission, if that's not unnecessary, then I think that it would be a good use of time.
Yeah, be a good use of time. I agree with you. Anybody else? All right.
To vote on it?
Hold on, that's resolution
26-11.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Passed 9-0, sir.
Resolution 2612, appropriation funds to borrow to pay for the cost of purchase of a fire truck for the fire department. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The following is Resolution 26-12, the appropriation of funds by borrowing to pay costs for the purchase of a fire truck for the Franklin Fire Department. Whereas the town council has been advised of a need to purchase a fire truck for use by the Franklin Fire Department, now therefore be it ordered by the town council of the town of Franklin that $935,000 is appropriated to pay costs of purchasing and equipping one fire truck for use by the Franklin Fire Department and for the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer collector, with the approval of the town administrator, is authorized to borrow at one time or from time to time $935,000 under General Law, Section 44, subsection 7, paragraph 1, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. This resolution shall become effective according to provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Motion to approve Resolution 2612.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and second, so we should probably go to Jamie first and then to the fire department.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, so obviously the fire department's here to answer any questions about the truck. I do want to also acknowledge Ryan Lavorgna, who's from the Finance Committee. If you didn't get a chance to watch last week's Finance Committee, they actually discussed having a Finance Committee member come to council meetings when they make a recommendation, that if there's any questions from anybody, it's trying to get everybody working together, and I saw George here somewhere, oh, there he is. The chairman's also a fire guy, so I think that's why he's here, but if everybody didn't have a chance to watch the Finance Committee meeting, they had a great discussion about it, about a variety of different options, and I think as you saw, different members had different opinions, which is great. And at the end, they did come to the unanimous consensus, the 6 members that were there, to do a borrowing anticipation note of the full amount, leave the stabilization fund with money in it, and what the ban essentially does is allow us to borrow the money, but not in full, so we don't have to do an S&P call, we don't have to do a bond rating call, which is a huge deal. And then basically this question of borrowing gets kicked out a full year. There's a small cost in here. If you did the full amount, I think it's like 40-something thousand that would go into the operating budget. 40, how much is it? 32,000 that would go into the budget to pay off basically the interest. So there's a variety of different options that's outlined in the memo, and obviously we put photos in here and a description of the whole thing from the fire chief. So I'm happy to answer any questions. The CFO's here as well, and happy to answer any questions that the council may have. But the Finance Committee did come to a consensus on a ban for a full year at 6-0 vote.
Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess I would just add.
Since you came, I might as well get you on there.
Yeah, sir. Ryan Lavorgna, 58 Lennox Drive, and one of our Finance Committee members. As Jamie mentioned, we're going to try to send somebody. I think the goal there is to maybe cut down time a little bit. We saw that you guys were having to make motions to extend past 10, and I think we're having some of the same conversations, right? I think we put you through your paces about everything about the underside chassis of a truck, and more than I ever needed to know about fire trucks. But just to explain kind of some of the decision, if you didn't get to listen to the financing portion of it, we had talked about the stabilization fund. We had talked about a long-term bond. Those options, I'll say, we basically voted for a glorified kick the can, which most of the time you try to avoid, but we think in this case makes sense. So with a broader budget discussion going on, the long-term bond, as Jamie mentioned, is just like a lot of process and effort, and then costs more money than kicking the can. And this is $1 million roughly. It's not worth that money kicking the, to put through right now for $1 million. There are much bigger things that even if we just, delay a little bit, there will be bigger things the town does need to borrow for that this can be bundled into. And then when we do that, we can choose to use the stabilization fund at that point in time. So it's not saying we won't use the stabilization fund, it's just saying not right this moment, because we're not actually going to pay any of the principal of the fire truck. We're just paying interest. So that was effectively where we discussed with the decision. I think, I would add,
We did discuss some of the other, I'll say, longer-term impacts. We have a whole bunch of vehicles in town. This is just one. I think the fire department maybe has trucks that are in, better shape. This is the one, and we kind of talked through some of their longer-term capital plan. But one of the things that came up that I just want to put back on, this group's radar was we don't have a car wash of any kind for those vehicles. No. So it's some 200-odd cars. I think it was brought up in the past of, maybe we could maintain our vehicles better and avoid some of these capital expenditures, in unanticipated ways if we were maintaining those vehicles differently. And Councilor Cormier-Ledger, I think you kind of alluded to this, right? This is a true capital expenditure where, ironically, the meeting before we had used most of our free cash for different things. Like, this is one of the things that we would want to have, free cash in $935,000 around to pay for if we were going to do it that way, or stabilization fund. Our options were a little bit limited just based on the budget. But from what we had, we think this is the best choice at the time. So happy to field any questions if you had any for the Finance Committee. But we spent probably an hour on this. So.
Okay. And we'll go to Chuck. What do you got, kid?
That's great. Chuck Allen, Fire Chief. I'm joined with Deputy Chief of Operations, Jim Klitsch. As we mentioned briefly a couple weeks ago in the last council meeting, we have a 2013 Pearson Powell fire truck that has extreme frame corrosion. We had to take it out of service. It's too dangerous to drive. We did identify a replacement. The cost of that as a demo unit is $935,000. It's a kind of a one-time opportunity for us to be able to purchase this vehicle because there's not a lot of these vehicles that are out there available. Typical wait time to have one built is about 36 to 48 months at this point. So the fact that there one is available right now, and we're in this unfortunate situation of having to purchase one, this is a good opportunity for us to be able to get our fleet back going. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the vehicle or the process.
Yeah, no, but I'll tell you, that from my experience, it has a Cummins ISL 9 engine, which is very good. My personal opinion, that's probably one of the best out there, if not the best. I'm a Series 60 Detroit guy, but they don't make them anymore.
I know too.
But that's a very good motor. That's what we have in ours, and we've had little to no trouble. So that's a good motor. I just let everybody know. I mean, the car wash would be nice, but a high pressure steam is good too. That's what I do. That's what we do with all our vehicles at Massport. We just steam them all out afterwards. I don't know what would work because it's just.
We're going to explore all options in the future. Right?
Yeah,
looking forward to be able to try and
not
be
be in this
situation.
We steam them after every storm, but then they're still out riding around the street. So I guess, it's 6 of one, half a dozen the other, Chuck. You know what I'm talking about. Any other questions for the? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chuck, just for clarification, because I remember a couple years ago when we had to appropriate funds for a fire truck because you were doing a purchase order and it was being built and it was coming from the Midwest and there was very few places that made these and it was this big deal and we were lucky to sort of get it. Where's this one coming from?
It's coming from, there's a local dealer in North Smithfield, Rhode Island, that ordered this as a demo unit to bring to trade shows. Really, most of these manufacturers will buy one. They'll wait 3 or 4 years for it to come in, and they kind of stack them that way. Then they release them to the open market. This truck was built in, I think it was Iowa. It's a Twain fire apparatus. I believe that's where they're based. So this is about to be released to the open market, so anybody in the country can pick it up. Just happens to be here locally in North Smithfield at the dealer, so they do have it available right now. But that's technically where it would be coming from.
And they made a deal with us to hold it for a certain amount of
30
time so we
days.
could get the money? Is that what they're doing?
Yes.
Okay, so assuming this all passes, how quickly will you have the truck in your possession?
They can have the truck in our possession within 60 days.
60 days, all right. So in the meantime, just for the public's benefit, what are you guys doing? Like, are we utilizing other towns are having to respond more, or what are we doing with that truck out of service?
So we still have our 2 frontline apparatus that are both our E1s that we purchased in '21. This truck is the truck that is not usable. is the one that rotates into that rotation when those trucks go out for service. So right now, we're delaying some service on some of those, and if we had to borrow a truck, we'd have to borrow some from another community if we came into that situation. Typically, like we've had in the past, always a backup if something happens. So what this truck would do is it would go into frontline service.
Yeah,
We would move one of the 21s into a reserve status, and that would help us extend the fleet a long time.
Yeah, no, I think that's important for people to know that there is a process in place and, things that your responses are still happening.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually had a finance question regarding the ban. So you're leaving money in the stabilization account, and so I just wanted clarification why we're leaving money in the stabilization account, and then if you're going to make other capital purchases in the future to like wrap everything together, are you getting a better interest rate, and also like whatever capital expenses do you see in the future that you're going to bundle it with?
So, Carrie, CFO, through the chair. So we are not, my advice was not to use the reserves at this time, because I know there's a future truck that we're going to have to buy in 2033. So I thought, let's build up the reserves more, so when we make that purchase, it's reduced. Doing a ban, it's a note, and in 1 year, we have a determination of, do we want to roll it again? And I'm only making an interest payment. In the future, we're going to have a much larger debt and borrowing to do. I can take this small amount and put it towards that large one. Because again, there's issuance costs that also get built into that. And the last truck that we bought was $45,000 in just issuance costs. So again, doing a ban, there are no issuance costs. It's just 1 year of an interest payment. But again, the option is there to use the reserves. It just wasn't my advice.
And are you expecting interest rates to go down within the next year?
So we're expecting we have a financial advisor that I work with, and currently a borrowing is at 3%, and a note is at 3.5, but that is coming down. So we do anticipate a little bit, yes.
All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted to I did watch the Finance Committee. I wanted to recognize you all for your discussion. It was helpful, and I am certainly for the method that has been suggested to do the ban. It's basically a line of credit for you that you'd have on your house, pay the interest, and at some point in time, you'll start paying principal. I like the approach.
Agreed.
Just a quick question. So the band is basically like a deferred payment. So you're only required to pay the interest without the principal. But in another year, you could do that a second time. Is that what I'm understanding?
So you are understanding it correctly. I'm not going to use the word deferred, just because I want to be crystal clear on this. So you have an interest payment in fiscal year '27, and at the end, when that matures, we will be I will speak to Jamie again, the Finance Committee, and say, we can roll this over another year and just have another interest payment. That's the beauty of borrowing it's borrowing anticipation note. So you can do that. When we do the bond, that's when you have to begin paying principal and interest.
Okay.
I hope that helped.
Sure. Oh,
Sorry, so, two things. First, I really appreciate the creative approach to solving the problem. I think it makes a lot of sense. I do have a question, however, around essentially we're buying a floor model, which, again, I think makes sense. Can you talk a little bit about how does, or at least I couldn't find it in the materials, and I don't recall it from the meeting, how does that impact the longevity of the new truck? Is that, how should we think about that?
We're definitely not buying a lesser fire truck. The floor models are really just, they spec them out kind of a basic spec for a vehicle. So it's gonna have the same pump, the same engine, the same chassis. Typically, when a fire department orders a fire truck, they might say, I want a cabinet of this size in this location, or I want an EMS cabinet. We run, the apparatus we run now are standard fire trucks. So we would try and just get a standard spec no matter what we would do. So this does fit into that realm. Longevity-wise, this vehicle does have a galvanized hot dip frame rail, so that has a 25-year warranty on it. The body is a Spartan cab, which is extruded aluminum, and the cabinets in the back are made out of stainless steel, which fits in line with some of the vehicles we have in service now. So the longevity should be there, the warranty should be there, and it should carry us forward for quite a while. But it's definitely not less of an apparatus. Where if we are buying something that will be useful for us, we'll be able to put it in service right away.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Chuck, just for the public to know, what, make sure the year of this is?
This is a 2025 toy.
This is 2025, but it's never been in service.
Never been in
Right,
service.
Never been in service, just for the public to know. Now, will they paint it, or do we have to send it out to get painted? That's
Right now, it's red with a white roof, which is what we used to be.
Yeah.
but they'll letter it in that price is them putting our
Okay, that's what
graphics
that-
on it
yeah.
and stuff like
I
that.
didn't know.
Yeah.
All right. That's it for me.
Be the first truck with the new logo.
That's,
Just one question, the existing truck that's,
Yeah, it's gone.
is gone, did that have a warranty on it?
Yeah, we've gone through that with Pierce, and I know the deputy can speak to a little bit of that as well. A lot of departments have tried to get Pierce Manufacturing to warranty these vehicles. I don't know what it came with at the time, but
They call it a lifetime warranty, but they have their outs with that. It is a generation of truck that year. For those that may remember from the previous one, we did this back in '21. We had another engine that was a 2007, actually had the same problems. This one is now to the point where that 2007 was back in 2021, where basically the frame rails are down to what's the legal limit that can be on the road. So there have been a lot of departments, as the chief said, that have gone back to Pierce and other manufacturers. It's not just a Pierce problem with these frame rails that were not galvanized. And by their own admission, they were just poorly built frame rails for all these manufacturers. The content of chromium or whatever that was in them were just much more prone to corrosion. And when it's been brought up to the manufacturers about that, they will then claim that, although they say when we bought it that it had lifetime frame rail warranties, that they use the out of the road conditions we have. They claim that, they're not properly maintained, that they're not neutralized after every trip on the road with some sort of salt neutralizer. So there were many departments, many very large departments across the country that have basically sought recourse from the manufacturers, and they're getting nowhere, where there's probably gonna still be issues. I know there was an article we saw the other day from Canada.
Yeah.
They were having some issues there that they were.
Seems like an opportunity for a class action
there
suit.
are several out there now. It's actually a
They've made
crisis.
not much traction with it, but there are some out there.
It's actually a crisis in the country with these trucks that are not lasting from that generation of time. There's a lot of departments that are in far worse shape than we are that don't have them and are forced to, use other means or put things out of service. They don't have it back. So we're lucky in that respect that we had the foresight back in the late teens, early 20s to be able to replace that last one. This one we thought we could get a little bit more time out of. It was scheduled replacement for 28, which would have been its expected lifetime. This is a couple of years earlier than we wanted to get. You have to replace it, but we did expect it to kind of have this problem. We've been monitoring this over the years, and unfortunately it got to the point where it was unsafe to drive. We're not going to put any people in it, and we've used it to its full life. So it doesn't even have any value as a trade. The dealership wants nothing to do with it. So we'll have to figure out a way to dispose of it here. I think what that does have to do with the DPW. We'll probably get rid of that, maybe just a bid or something like that. But we have those businesses.
Somebody will buy it.
Yeah, somebody will buy for parts probably. Is basically what we're told.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know that I've been out to Pierce, and the place is jammed. You can't even believe how busy they are. And they're one of the better companies, I hate to say it, they really are, but the problem is that supposedly, what are you supposed to get, 10 years in rural, 5 years in city? That's what you're supposed to get. So even if you're within that 10, then Pierce comes back with, well, you had Salt Road, so it'll take a couple more years off. They get it out, they do it. I know what you guys are going through, and I pity you, but that's how they do it. All right, so we have a motion on the floor with a second, so all in favor to approve resolution 2612?
So
All in favor?
2/3.
Two-thirds vote. Two-thirds majority. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any no,
Opposed?
any noes?
Motion passed.
Thank you very much for your support. I do just really quick want to say, the fire department does appreciate the kind comments. They'll, firefighters with the station, I'm sure they'll listen to this tonight, and they appreciate it. So, thank you very much.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks. Okay, moving on, resolution 26-13, parking meters receipt appropriation. Clerk will read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 26-13, Parking Meter Receipts Appropriation. The appropriation of receipts reserved for appropriation from the parking fund. Total requested is $20,000. The purpose is to appropriate from receipts reserved for appropriation parking fund $20,000 for expenses related to the operation of parking payment kiosks at 2 municipal parking lots. So the motion, be it moved and voted by the Town Council of the Town of Franklin, that the sum of $20,000 shall be transferred and appropriated from receipts reserved to appropriation parking fund for the payments of the expenses stated above. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Motion to approve resolution 2613.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Jamie, we'll go to you first.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chairman, so this is the first time we've done this. Councilor DeLorco and Councilor Cormier-Ledger will remember the reform we did with the downtown parking lots. Some of you may be familiar. They used to be permit only, and then a couple years ago, the council changed the entire bylaw. After the pandemic, nobody was parking and commuting on the T anymore, and so they made the lots completely open for everybody to use. Cheap plug, they're free at night, so nobody should complain that they can't find parking when going out to downtown to go out to eat. But during the day, there's a small fee that's charged for people who do commute. We're half the price of the T lot down below. And as a result, we put all of that revenue in a special revenue account. And so each year, the council has to appropriate the money, actually every 2 years, the council has to appropriate the money to pay the kiosk company to do the software and all of that. So this is appropriation tonight is for a 2-year, basically paying for the systems at the kiosks, at the depot lot and the Ferraris lot. And then unfortunately, there have been some, I guess, hooligans trying to bash them in and thinking that there's money in them. So we have about a $900 fix that we have to do. But fortunately, we're bringing in more money than what the cost is. So there is a little bit of a surplus that we're trying to build in that account for things like this, or if costs, go way up. And so that's what this is tonight. So this hopefully will cover the cost for a couple years, and hopefully nobody else will try to bash in the kiosks. So unfortunately, that's just comes. I think unfortunately with public parking, this is part of what happens. I don't think this is the only one where people are trying to break into them. So that's it. Thank you.
Yes, so we're spending $20,000 to put towards the kiosks. What is the cost of the kiosk system per year that we're using?
It's about $6,500 per year to manage, for the company to manage all the software upgrades and it's essentially like any other parking service. We're paying a Flowbird to essentially manage the system. The revenue comes into the treasury, generally through credit cards, but so it's about $6,500 a year.
And is that in line with sort of other services that they charge for these kinds of things?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I've never done a market basket on like, we did do, when we picked Flowbird, it was the finance office, myself, the police department really led the charge on all this. We had presentations at one point, I think, at a council meeting. You know, I can't recall, because it was probably 3 years ago now, but we did look at other companies. This is the one that folks seem to be most on to pick.
And what percentage of the revenue is used for other things and what is going back to Flowbird?
It can only be used for these purposes. It's completely restricted to costs relative to parking.
So we're just charging people to maintain the system.
Well, the system, you know, theoretically, I mean, because this is
Yeah.
the first couple of years we've gone through this, I mean, some modest snow and ice removal and maintenance money could come out of this account if we had a little bit of a surplus, and we could fill potholes or do like some, you know, basic things up there, but, you know, I mean, the parking fees are in the town bylaw, so we'd have to go through an exercise about the actual, you know, rates, but, you know, because we're half of what the T is paying down below, you know, it's a pretty competitive rate.
I mean, if it can't go into the town operating budget, I just don't see why I just don't know if it makes much sense. Maybe we should just make the parking lot free if we're just funding Flowbird.
I wouldn't do that, but I mean, we could put, and take away the special revenue account, we could put the money into the budget, but then we'd have to pay the expense out of the budget too.
Right,
So it's
but-
kind of like,
But is all of the money
we
that
could
we're
do
getting
either,
from parking going
but
to the special account?
under statute, parking fees have to be used for this exclusive purpose. We can't, in other words, we can't charge people $10 a day to park there and then supplant and fund the rest of the budget. For whatever reason, in Mass General Law, parking receipts are reserved for these exclusive purposes. Probably because towns have come up with ways to try to up parking fees to pay for other services, and people who were parking probably felt like they were getting ripped off, you know, decades ago. I don't know the history. This is really old, so, but you gotta use the money that you collect for that for these services.
So if we vote yes, it'll go to Flowbird. If we vote no, what happens? So we have to stop using Flowbird?
We'll just stop using the whole thing and we'll take away parking. I mean, I think a discussion, if you wanna make the lots free,
Or like
that's a whole other
2
discussion.
hour, you know.
We do.
Yeah.
They're like, I think it's from 8 to 6. Right, see, it's like 8 to 6, Monday through Friday, it's like daytime hours, and then on weekends, at nights, I think it's 8 to 4, but anyways, at nights, afternoons, and weekends are all free. You can't park overnight, so everybody's gotta be out by midnight, as the people who were recently ticketed now know. You can't park over midnight, and there's a point between, I think, midnight and 6 AM or 5 AM where the police go through the parking lot and ticket cars that are parked overnight.
So I think I'm gonna vote for it today, but I think we need to revisit it, because I think spending, you know, $10,000, $7,000 just to maintain the meters, charging people to maintain their own fines or fees doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
I think that's basically how every other city or town does it. I mean, Gloucester, Rockport, I mean, there's dozens of communities that use Flowbird, and it's the exact same, you know, it's the exact same model, right? Otherwise, how do you pay for the software and the service? Otherwise, that comes directly out of property taxes out of the budget, right? So, I mean, Boston, I don't know any other city or town that doesn't do it like this.
No, I know. Well, I mean, if we made it free, then every Dean kid would be parking there in a minute, so.
Well, I think everybody would park there. I'd park there, right? I mean, anytime you get free spaces, you park. But we tried to make it, I think, in working with the Downtown Partnership, they were a part of this too. We worked with Scott Martin. I think they were excited from a partnership level. I mean, they were really working at this with us for a long time, because a lot of merchants and other patrons that were going downtown during the day could never get a space in that lot. They were exclusively for commuters. They were exclusively for commuters, and they were exclusively there were 24 business permits only. And truth be told, I think there were 24 or 26, somewhere in that middle range. It was like 24 dedicated spaces towards merchants. But the truth is one merchant was buying almost all of those spaces, right? So it wasn't, we went out and did outreach to other businesses, and they didn't want to pay. So everybody wanted everything for free. And, you know, I mean, I get that, but it's not really economically feasible. And so, man, you guys, I think it was Councilor Hamlin, there's a bunch of people that went through this for 2 or 3, maybe a couple of years.
Yeah, we did.
Worked with the downtown partnership, and they were excited that at night and on weekends, the spaces were free for everybody to park for anything that they wanted to do uptown during the weekends. So I think that was like the kind of compromise, if you will.
Well, that's what I remember that conversation.
Yeah.
Remember me and Colby had that conversation because of Teddy Gallagher's.
That's right.
And the
Oh,
other
yeah.
places over there, remember?
Yep.
We came with that's what we came up with a agreement that, because, I mean, people stay there till 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, they can't go and move their car, you know, that's
Right.
why I think we did
The overnight ban.
free stuff.
And a lot of the businesses don't want anybody parked overnight because they park right in front of their business, and then the customers can't come in and
Right.
park and get a space right in front of the restaurant or the coffee shop or the shoe store or whatever. And so they were like, we don't want anybody here in the morning. In fact, I believe that's how this whole thing got started, now that I'm
Yes.
thinking about it. I think there was complaints in front of Hang Tie, in front of the
Yeah.
McGurrow House building,
In front of
right,
the
in front of
coffee shop right there,
Birchwood, right? Remember?
Because of the people upstairs, the
That's
dean
right.
kids
It
upstairs.
was the Dean students were parking there from, I think, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and were hogging up the spaces of where people were going to the businesses. In fact, that's, I think, what started it
That's
all,
what
right?
started it.
Is that, okay, it's coming back, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
So-
it's, sorry about that, it's slowly coming back to me now, but,
Go ahead.
so I hope that
When
answers your
Max is-
questions,
when Max
Councilor
is
Martell.
done.
Oh, yeah, so, yeah, I mean, like I said, I think, I don't want to shock the system right now and like go forward without a plan, but I do think that it's worth revisiting, maybe, you know, because this ends up affects, you know, taxpayers' bottom, their wallet. If we're spending money just to collect money, I don't think it makes a lot of sense, so let's revisit it.
So through the chair, Carrie, CFO, Max, just so you understand, we're not spending taxpayers' money. Okay, this money is revenue from the parking, so it's a special fund
Fee-based
called
revenue.
Receipts Reserved for Appropriation. As my former boss used to say to me all the time, it's in the name. But I have to go forward to the council every year to ask for a certain amount of money to pay expenses. In fiscal year '25, revenue was $24,000, the expenses were $7,000. So Jamie gave a number that was only half, you know, about halfway through. So we will revisit what other expenses we may be able to use this revenue for. So I understand, but I just want to be clear on that.
So like the snow and ice removal,
We'll have to determine, based on, you know, I have to go through DOR with how this fund is set up. It has to do specifically with the parking, so we will look at whether it's the potholes or paint, you know.
right.
But right now, yes, they got tampered with, and that money to fix these was paid out of that fund, so.
You want to say something? Max, you done, buddy?
Done, yeah.
I think Carrie answered it, but my question was really to paying these expenses, there's still a little bit of money left over, and you'll come back to us with appropriate uses for
Correct.
those funds that may in fact offset the town having to pay for it through operating, is what it sounds like, right? Like if there's a parking lot paving issue perhaps, or, you know, you have to do signage, or there's things that would have hit the operating budget, we can use this money, hopefully, because it's specifically for the parking lot.
You said it perfectly.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
I think that
Yep, no,
covers
that's a
little
great way
bit of
to
Councilor
put
Morangelo's
it,
concerns,
so people
too, that
understand.
It's not just a wash, that there is some good coming from it. So,
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Fast question. Maybe I should know this, but where are these parking meters? I know Ferrara's.
Yep, right behind Dean Bank. So if you go to the MBTA station,
Right above there.
right above that.
That's what I
That
thought.
lot's the
Okay.
municipal lot, down the bottom half is the
When you were
MBTA
talking
lot.
about more on like 140 or Main Street or whatever, I was gonna say, man, I'm in big trouble. Because
Nope.
I've been parking there without paying for a long time. Okay.
Those are free.
That's what I thought. Okay, I was starting to second guess myself. I'm good. Thank you.
So I thought that was the MBTA too, so don't feel bad. Any others? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second, so resolution 2613, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
9-0, sir.
Resolution 26-14, acceptance of gifts for the senior center, $6,000 $145. The clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 26-14, the acceptance of gifts for the Franklin Senior Center. Whereas the Franklin Senior Center has received generous donations in the total amount of $6,145 to be used at the discretion of the department as follows. Donation summary. Franklin Senior Center, $6,145. Donations to be used at the discretion of the Senior Center through the Council on Aging Gift Fund to provide services and programs to senior citizens in the Franklin community. List of all donors is included in tonight's packet. If anyone wants to read that. Now therefore be it resolved, the Town Council of the Town of Franklin, on behalf of the Franklin Senior Center, gratefully accepts these generous donations to be used at the discretion of the department for the purposes noted above, and this resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Motion to approve Resolution 2614.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Just thank you to all the
Thank you.
donors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, vote on resolution, I lost my place. 26-14, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
9-0, sir.
Resolution 26-15.
14. Sorry, 15, you're right.
15.
We are
No,
on,
no,
we are on
my
15.
Yeah, you lost your place. Peg funding approval. You really got me there. Clerk will read the resolution.
Resolution 26-15, appropriation of funds in support of PEG services and programming per Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53F and 3/4. Total amount requested, $71,465.11. Wow, I'm really going to read it, okay. Purpose, usually we waive these. Purpose, to appropriate $71,460.
Motion to waive the
Motion to
reading.
waive the reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to approve Resolution 2614.
Second.
15.
I'm sorry, 26. Motion to approve 2615, sorry.
Second.
Second.
Lost my place.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
I was going to let Councilor Cormier Ledger handle the PEG funding.
So this is the one.
So, did it, I think it passed, right? I didn't
Yes.
hear
Yes,
that
that
part,
one.
sorry.
That was
Okay.
So we have
Got
now
distracted.
referrals.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify for the public's knowledge that that's just pass-through money?
Yeah.
That's money coming from, that people are paying on their cable bills that is then coming through us from the cable companies and going back out to public television, which is why we typically waive the reading, because
Yeah.
it's kind of out of our control of what to do with it anyway. So,
Right.
but just for the public listening, if maybe they're tuning in for the first time.
All set?
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Zoning bylaw amendment 26-948. A zoning bylaw amendment to the code of the town of Franklin, chapter 185, use regulation schedule attachment 2, attachment 3, attachment 4, attachment 7, and attachment 8. It's going to be a referral to the planning board. Clerk?
I think
Motion to refer, so you just want to make the motion?
Should I just read
Yeah,
read this whole thing? Okay.
I'm sorry.
So wait the reading.
He's making a motion to waive the reading.
Okay. There's a motion to waive the reading?
Second.
Second.
Motion to waive the reading. Do we have a motion?
we're
All in
second.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So make a motion to refer zoning bylaw amendment 26948 to the planning board.
Second.
Yeah, all right, so I have a motion and a second, so
Discussion.
what are we going to?
quick intro.
Discussion.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chairman, The next two bylaws are one and the same, as I know many are getting familiar with zoning bylaws. It's a lot of fine print. We're gonna make it as easy as we can, Councilor Callaway Tripp. These are both referrals to the planning board. I would note up here, if you look into the documents, just to keep people focused, work with me here. You'll see some areas in here where there's boxes.
Yeah.
Do folks see that down in the middle of the bottom there, the end, where there's a darker box around the corner?
Yeah.
Those are the areas of the only changes in all of this. Everything else is currently in bylaw. So we're trying to focus in on just those few areas. If everybody's read the memo, obviously we were short-staffed last year. It's our fault, our apology that while Brian was out on medical leave and the cuts to my office and planning, this was a long project for 4 years that both Ted and Bobby are aware of. There were hundreds probably of different sheets that came out and versions of this. The planning board changed some stuff, and unfortunately a couple of the sheets got put in the wrong place. And in working with the town attorney, we thought that being transparent and clear about what was happening was more important. It also hopefully gives all of you in the public an idea of how our zoning bylaw process works. The changes that you're seeing here tonight are house cleaning items. These were defined and was the intent of what the previous groups, the planning board and the council had wanted. But a couple of the sheets got transposed and some of the incorrect number or data got in there. Marina Zelaya is our new Director of Planning and Community Development. As everybody remembers, Marina's a resident here in town and raising her family here in town. We're excited to have her. She's now been here 6 months, I think it is, so now she knows a little bit more about what we're doing. And so these are her two first bylaws going through our process too. And as I mentioned, just for the record, the planning board public hearings on the MBTA communities tweaks got postponed because of the snowstorms. And so tonight's referral to the planning board is strategic. The planning board intends to hold public hearings on both these bylaws tonight, as well as the MBTA community house cleaning items on March 23rd. And it's anticipated first reading and second reading with public hearings will be at the council in April and May respectively. As folks will see, there's many sheets on here that don't actually have any changes at all. That's accurate. But Marina is going to go through a few of the changes and just show folks, and if anybody has any questions about what the impacts may be, we're happy to answer them at that time. So, Marina, do you want to take it over and just go through the changes?
All up to you, kid.
Thank you. Good evening, Morena Zelaya, Planning Director. So, in the memo, and as Jamie just said, a lot of the changes that are being proposed tonight are sort of cleanup changes. If you go on the town's e-code website where the bylaws are all posted, you'll see some of the errors present in what we're presenting to the public currently. So we'll go into it as I go through each of the attachments, but there's areas where there's like blank cells where we should have our zoning reflected and it mistakenly got removed. And so we're just trying to sort of do a lot of cleanup that's been caught. Some of these changes affect the districts that are being, that have been approved for the MBTA Communities Act. So we're sort of having to do all of it at the same time because the previously proposed amendments from back in January affect these same districts, these changes. So everything sort of affects each other. But as Jamie just said, these are predominantly cleanup. It's either putting in place what was already there and what was sort of changed because an error in using the wrong table, or putting in place what should have been amended previously. So on your screen right now, you've got attachment 2. We've got one change here. When the crossing neighborhood went up before council last fall, this option for 1.4.d with poultry was not on the use table at that time. So there was no there's no zoning for the crossing neighborhood regarding the use of poultry. So here we're putting in, and a lot of, I should back up and say that a lot of the changes that we're making is to, it goes hand in hand with what's already in C1. So you'll see that CN and C1 tend to match each other, and that is by design. That was the intent when crossing was created. Crossing was carved out of a previous C1 area, so we've kept a lot of the zoning sort of matching. Here we've got nothing. Next one, we've got nothing. Here we are striking this note. It is no longer being used in these tables, but when the note was struck previously, it wasn't made clear to the council. It wasn't, you'll see here it's bolded, it's struck through. The table that was used at that time just sort of removed it without calling attention to it having been struck. So we're just calling attention to it now just to create sort of that, that pattern and the record of it. Attachment 4, we've got a couple of changes here. This was, the changes that you see here in the LI district, this is proposed, this was meant to be proposed future amendments. And so when, I believe it was when the crossing neighborhood was submitted, when the district was created, those uses were all struck. So this is one of those instances where if you go online, it'll actually just show blank boxes. So these changes are just putting back in place what was already there, because it shouldn't have been included in the amendment previously. Same thing with the ground-mounted solar energy systems for medium scale, putting back in place what should have already been in there. And then here's where we get a little bit of the crossover between the MBTA communities and these cleanups. So this one, I'm including what was proposed in the January amendments, so you can sort of see just sort of what the whole picture of it looks like. And then the big sort of thing that we had to deal with here is that the when the crossing neighborhood was created, this, as part of a mixed-use development, use was not on the table. So we're just sort of merging the tables and reflecting it and then adding the zoning for the crossing neighborhood. Here, residential commercial kitchens, which was an amendment that was approved basically at the same time as the crossing neighborhood was created. Crossing neighborhood didn't have residential commercial kitchens in their table, so we're adding the zoning there. Again, this matches what's in C1. A lot of the same here. It can get really repetitive. I'll go to, oh, do we have the? Yeah.
It's probably in the other PDF.
He's looking for 949.
Yeah. And on this attachment 9, so this was my error when I submitted the previous amendments back in January. I actually used the wrong table. So the crossing neighborhood was not included in that submission. So this is adding it in to reflect sort of what it should look like. And then it also includes the proposed amendments for general residential 5, which had already been included with the January amendments of the note of note 16, which changes the frontage for mixed use and multifamily, and this is to comply with MBTA communities. And then with the new addition of this note 17, regarding lot width, changing the minimum lot width, again, for multifamily and mixed-use buildings, again, to comply with MBTA communities. So, and then this striking of with 3 housing units was already part of the submission from back in January. So as Jamie said, you know, a lot of these are just cleanups. It's putting in place what was previously there. It's clarifying some things that sort of went missing. And I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Very simple. So we're not changing any of the zoning, it's just fixing what accidentally got moved or whatever in the process of doing everything.
Correct. Nothing tonight has any real substantive change. There's no larger housing coming or any of that type of stuff. There's no real major impact from what's going on here. I illustrated a couple of the highest points in the memo of what the crossing zoning really did. As you can see, they added a lot of more kind of local and boutique-y kind of uses that were kind of futuristic thinking of what things would be in the future, like breweries and a whole variety of other stuff. They enhanced the usage in that area, and they actually de-densified that neighborhood where you could have gotten a 4th story by special permit, but we took that down to 3 stories because the whole goal of the crossing neighborhood and calling it the crossing was to give it that neighborhood feel, that neighborhood vibe that's so unique down there, and especially with all the other stuff coming up with the SNET and the Children's Museum, and the mill store is going to get redeveloped, and the winery. I think everybody thought, you know, the other big issue down there I note is parking. There is no parking lots down there. We're obviously working with the T to try to get that spot next there, but even that is going to be a long-term process. And then the SNET trail across the street will get designed with parking on that side. So we eventually will hopefully have some municipal parking like in the triangle area of downtown, but I think that was also a concern from a lot of people down there that too many people might lead to too much parking where there really is no place to park in the streets and stuff. And so there's really no place to go. So I think everybody thought very comfortable bringing the zoning down to a mandatory cap of 3 stories. So there was some other setback tweaks and some other little things in there, but those were the big highlights of the crossing. So nothing tonight substantively changes anything that's been done. It doesn't really change very much at all.
Mike? Just to add levity, well, there is one change. You can't have chickens anymore.
Right.
Yeah. So that is a substantive change.
That's a whole.
Well, Mike, I'll do no phone, so we don't have to worry about chickens.
All right. There you go.
Any other questions? With that being said, and it's gonna be referred to the planning board, so it does come back to us too, just right?
As long as there's no other disturbances at the planning board, your first reading on these will be, on like the MBTA ones as well as these will be on April 1st. And those will be public, thank you, Mark. Those will be public hearings on April 1st.
Okay, just so everybody knows. So, all right, all in favor of zoning bylaw amendment 26-948, referral to the planning board? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Mary.
Zoning bylaw amendment 26-949, a zoning bylaw amendment to the Code of Town of Franklin. Chapter 185, attachment 9, schedule of lot area requirements, referral to the planning board. Clerk will read the.
Move to waive the reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Motion to refer zoning bylaw amendment 26-949 to the planning board.
Second.
I have a motion, a second discussion. All in, we'll vote on zoning bylaw amendment 26-949. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Oh, what about goals?
We're gonna do
No,
goals.
we're gonna come back.
We would just, I figured that, Max, I figured that was gonna be a long discussion,
Yeah.
so get all this out.
Yeah, let's do
so
the
we don't
future
have to
agenda.
say.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, we're
So
gonna
we'll do
future.
future agenda items. Councilor Malloy?
None for tonight, thank you.
Councilor,
Same, I'm
thanks for
good.
helping me, but yeah, Councilor Griffin? Counselor Blank?
None.
Counselor?
Whoever I am. If, depending on if it's a goal or not, one of the goals listed is the climate designated, I'm sorry, losing my mind. Is a climate, a sustainability related goal? Yes, climate leader, thank you. So if the goal passes, I would like to move forward with creating a committee for that.
Yeah, obviously.
Yes, as an agenda item, yeah.
Jane?
I'd like to have the Historic Commission do some type of a presentation on the, I'm sorry, not the smart, it's getting late and I'm tired. The historic people doing, for the Historic Commission.
The historical district
Thank
study.
you.
Yeah.
I'd like to have
The
them do
historical
a
district study.
presentation so we can understand
Yeah.
what that's all about.
And then we can set up a committee. Yeah, I get that.
So, that's it.
Counselor? Homeopath?
The only thing I have, Mr. Chairman, for a future agenda item, I think it's been a while, Jamie, can we get the fire chief to come in and just sort of do a, like, top to bottom overview for everybody about the fire department? About, you know, just how it's structured, kind of what they do, the different roles. Like, I was embarrassed that I got asked yesterday by a resident what a battalion chief does.
Sure.
And other than my knowledge from watching Chicago Fire, I couldn't really tell them. And I'm sure that those people are incredibly busy and do fantastic work, but I couldn't speak to it, so I felt like, well, geez, if I can't articulate it, having been here over 4 years, I bet others would probably benefit from that as well.
Do you want to just do public safety all at once?
Yeah, we can do
police
that.
too?
Sure.
Because
Sure.
I think one of the things that came up last week to that suggestion was both departments, I mean, Bobby remembers this, he's probably the only one, but both departments went through massive restructuring reforms like redistricting in 2018, 19, and 20.
Right.
You know, we got rid of overtime money and put it into real police officers, so maybe some background on some of that both would probably be helpful as you go into budget season, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think covering the training and the extensive
And they-
credits that they get and just all that stuff
Sure.
that have been sort of piecemealed over the years, but I think having everybody hear it would be great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I was gonna second what Jane said about the agenda item for historical, and Alan also brought up to.
I definitely think that would be a great item. And, yeah, the fire department would be good, because, you know, a lot of them, I didn't realize that, but there's a lot of Franklin firefighters that actually teach at the fire academy. There's
they
a
do.
lot of them, so that they do a great job.
Yeah.
There's like 5 or 6 of them that they teach up there, so, and that's out of the whole state, so, you know, that's pretty impressive.
Can't wait.
So, all right, Jamie, let's go to the goals.
I think, so through Mr. Chair, just really quickly, I think everybody, if they read them, they can see I put in red a couple of areas that were added or counselors had brought in feedback as you guys instructed at the last meeting. And I think there's a list in here. I tried also to, you know, like finance, for example. I tried to put in strategic finance. I mean, you can wordsmith this stuff too. You can change, this is no pride of authorship. If people have different verbiage, please recommend it. I put in like strategic finance goals and then like standard finance goals, right? There's some stuff you just always have to do, but then there's some items that I think all of you heard tonight and know from the campaign trail. I think there's been some areas in here. I think as I recommended in the memo, I would note that, I haven't cited all of the master plan oriented numbers in here. I put down at the bottom in planning, just to separate maybe economic development goals from master plan implementation. And just tried to organize it a little bit more to separate the kind of strategic stuff from the typical stuff. And as I recommended to the chair or Councilor Cormier Ledger, maybe just like we do at budget season, just go through each goal, and if anybody objects to it, raise your hand and hold it. Otherwise, just keep going on, because then if nobody objects or holds a goal, it would assume that all of you are generally in favor of that goal. It might just help the process go a little easier. I will say when we get to community planning, and, you know, Councilor Morangello sent a lot of stuff. Him and I have gone back and forth on a few of these. Obviously, we'll have to talk a little bit about, you know, if we have the capacity to get all these or the costs associated with them. But I think we have here a pretty solid list, and there's a few decisions to make, and so hopefully everybody can just walk through them, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Ready for me to start?
I would say.
Can I just ask a question first, Mr. Chairman? Just in broader terms around expectations for goals, what happens if we don't meet a goal? Do we get sent to our rooms?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Get unelected. Do we
I'm not
get in
sending
trouble?
anybody
Do we have to
anywhere.
pay a parking ticket?
You go
I
get a
mean,
paid job.
Well, I think Councilor Malloy raises a good question, right? I think the climate leader issue, for example, is not cheap. And I can almost assure you right now is completely unaffordable. So like the question is do you want to invest in that? I think it's a lofty value. I'm certainly in favor of things like that. But with what's coming at the federal government, so that's a goal that will likely be very hard to achieve given the standards that are associated with the requirements to do that. I think like you saw last session, there was maybe a half a dozen to a dozen goals that didn't get done because there was no money to do them. And I don't think anybody's going to jail, nobody's getting a time out in the corner. I think we just be transparent with the public of why some of these goals weren't met. But I think the last council, I think you guys will do the same thing, still reach high, right? And
Reach high.
and also, things are gonna change in the middle of the year. Like,
Right.
I mean, that's another thing, is that there's no question that the MBTA parking lot next to the Children's Museum is a lot of work, and I think that's a strategic goal hopefully we all agree with. 300 Fisher Street, you haven't even probably ever heard of before, but out of nowhere, the EPA is gonna come and do an update this summer on that parcel, and there's some real economic development advantage to that parcel. That's not on the list, but, you know, I don't know, we're not sure exactly what that looks like. So things will change, and we usually do a mid-year update somewhere in the fall and just kind of check in, and, you know, I think there are gonna be goals that won't get done due to time constraints and financial considerations for sure, and that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, who knows, I mean, if we get a new government, you might wipe out the MBTA community deck.
Well, the legislature will have to do it with them, so I doubt it. But you're right, they may rescind that, and I certainly wouldn't be sad to see it go. But you're correct. That one and that one's free. That's not anything that costs money. But some of these other ones, form-based code is a very time-extensive thing. So.
Well, that's why I raised it, just in terms of expectation, just because it's a goal. Obviously, we want to try to explore it, and I kind of almost could preface all these goals, most of them, with explore, evaluate.
Yep.
It's not a commitment to do everything that, all 47 or so that are on this list, right?
That's correct.
I just want to make sure that expectation is understood, and that I understood it properly, so.
I'm 100% in agreement.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah, I
We're not
appreciate
gonna
that.
get a timeout. Is anybody, all right, you ready? We're gonna start. So if
So-
you wanna hold something, just yell hold, and we'll put your name next to it, and then you can,
I'll literally go down one by one, everybody, and if there's something that you want, just shout out, okay? So this is the 26-27 Town Council and Town Administration Goals, which was last updated on March 4th, which is tonight, under the section of General Government. Conduct a town and school-wide short-term strategic planning exercise, which will focus on a common vision, values, purpose, and what are the town and school priorities staff should focus on for the next 1 to 5 years. The current status is that they are reviewing a consultant procurement, and on March 18th, we will be talking about it with the school committee. Seems like everybody's in agreement with that one.
pretty cut and dry.
Okay. Good. Next one would be to approve an updated rules of procedure for the town council. That's actually done, so there's no reason to object to it. So,
That's like a freebie, huh? We get that?
we're already checking stuff off. It's pretty exciting.
First time when
Thank you, Councilor Malloy, getting that one done. Support the 250th Town Anniversary Committee. The status is anticipated in June. They will make a presentation and update, and that will also be the time when the World Cup is happening. Anybody? Nope, I think that's a good idea. Evaluate alternatives to liquor licensing before the town council. Please.
But is that, I
Yeah.
mean, my question, are there alternatives?
Yes,
Okay.
There are?
Yeah.
but it's dependent on the form of government, and then that, depending what the form of government is, I'm sorry, through the chair.
No, no.
Then there are particular alternatives per statute, per the liquor licensing statute,
Okay.
for who's going to get delegated as the local licensing authority.
Right.
Uh,
This was a little bit of a holdover from
Oh.
last session. This was a big topic you
Yeah.
guys all talked about quite a bit.
But it'd be fantastic to just take it off our plate, if we could. Okay. Decide on formalizing town council subcommittees and/or liaisons. And the subtopics are joint budget subcommittee, town charter review ad hoc committee. There's a suggestion of a communications subcommittee or perhaps assigning liaisons, and there's also a suggestion of an economic development subcommittee or creating liaisons. So first, do people think those two in red should be kept? Because right now they're question marks.
Well,
So,
I definitely think they're gonna be kept, because we're gonna name them next meeting.
okay? So I can scratch out the question mark, and that means that they can be typed in black next time. So we all agree that those are good? Okay. Review Chapter 82 Town Fees, including but not limited to ambulance receipts, town department requests, and parking and traffic enforcement. The status of this one is it's anticipated sometime in May or June of this year, parallel to the budget process.
Isn't that something we do anyway?
Jamie, we typically do that anyway, right? When we look at fees and make adjustments if needed? I mean, I feel like we've done that in the past.
You did a whole rewrite of the bylaw last year. There's been a handful of recommendations from department heads this year, going into budget season, some very small tweaks in the ALS, BLS, but you usually do those in parallel with the budget, going forward, you're correct.
Because the fire chiefs come before us in the past
Yep.
with an argument about ambulance rates going up and things like that, right?
ALS and BLS, we get the middle of the road in the region, and then there's a few other small tweaks, and then I think earlier I had heard, earlier in the session, some folks, I think Councilor Griffith, Councilor Callaway Tripp, and maybe some others had talked about maybe parking fines. So all of that goes through with the, basically the goal is to have the staff recommendations, and if the council wants to tweak any of the other ones in there, that would be the time to do it.
All right, sounds like people are in agreement to do that one. Establish an ad hoc town charter review committee and review committee recommendations. I think we just voted on approving it, right? So,
Well, we're in good shape now.
yeah. We still have to name people to it, but that's okay.
That's okay. That's easy.
The next one, Councilor Malloy's recommendation, develop a communication strategy with the new communications director and establish a council subcommittee or liaisons. One objective includes adding new modes of communications, methodologies used, and response metrics, while identifying a schedule of communications to residents on key town activities and information. And we are currently at the status of the communications director has been hired, and this is part of her work plan.
Yep.
So is everyone in support of Councilor Malloy's recommendation to make this a goal? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, now we move on to the topic of finance, strategic finance goals. The first one, develop a strategy and/or policy to stabilize the town operating budget for FY '28 and FY '29 through the joint budget subcommittee or similar working groups. The status is committee members have been announced and will coordinate a meeting in April. Yeah. So Jamie, my question on that one, what about, we just kind of assuming FY '27, we're just gonna talk 28 and 29?
No, I mean, we could certainly add FY '27 in there for sure.
I definitely
I
think
think
we should.
Yeah.
there was a couple of different comments from different folks that went over fiscal years, but I think the objective is it's a long-term sustainable revenue choices
Right.
that are gonna sustain the budget.
Would everybody be okay if we added FY
That's fine.
'27
Sure.
to the
Absolutely,
conversation?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just more important to start the conversation.
Right.
This is April. You just said March 25th. I mean, does it matter?
I'm trying to cram in the March 25th. Actually, I can ask a few of you while you're here, if you're available March 25th, but, I mean, we can do March 25th, but I haven't polled everybody yet to see if they can make it.
So for the language, do we want to say
That's just
a
the
meeting
status.
in March or April?
That's just the status. That's just commentary, that's not really the goal.
Okay, okay. Caroline, you okay?
Yeah, no, good. Yes, I just.
Okay. Sorry, Councilor Griffith didn't.
I don't think we've stood on that.
We
At
have,
all,
we
so.
have, but, you know, I'm trying to, like, bring back the formality, right? Okay. Second one, conduct a tax rate workshop prior to the annual tax rate setting hearing on a split tax rate and property tax exemptions. The status currently is we anticipate 1 or 2 meetings that'll be dedicated to tax rates in the fall. I think everybody wants that one. Okay. Councilor LeBlanc suggested develop a 10-year capital plan for the FY '27 capital cycle. Michael, you want to elaborate on it at all, or?
No,
Okay.
but we'll keep it.
Okay. Next one, Councilor Morangello suggested develop a budget bylaw or policy starting with FY '28 budget to ensure a more objective allocation process.
Want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, do you want to?
Yeah, so I did put out a poll with a bunch of residents to try to figure out what their goals and priorities were. The biggest one was around set allocation and going back and forth with the town administrator as to what we can do. This is sort of a compromise to try to, address sort of how we can make the budget process more objective so that people feel that, each department is, has an we decide objectively what each department should get. And so to sort of take the politics out of it. There's some people on the school side who felt that there might have been more politics in the past, and I think we should do what we can to just try to make sure that, so allay those concerns and make sure that those aren't present in the future.
I kind of feel like that is, if we're having the joint budget subcommittee where we're setting out the broader strategy, I would argue I'm not opposed to that being a consideration, but I feel like that should be part of that joint budget discussion.
It's fine, I'm open to that.
So I'd be inclined to take that off of the goal as long as we're bringing it up in the.
So what if we include language that it's for the joint budget subcommittee goal instead of the actual goal?
I mean, there's gonna be more, I'm not opposed to putting it, if people wanna put it in the joint budget subcommittee as a sub-goal, fine. I don't think it's necessary because it has to be, if that subcommittee isn't taking a comprehensive look, we're missing it, we're missing the
You're gonna
opportunity.
have to take a look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we have to.
I'd also be a little concerned about kind of removing flexibility from this council and other councils down the road when there's, this notion of allocation based on some other criteria. I get the point, and I kind of think it makes sense, but
To be fair, there are ways we could factor in allocation and flexibility, but the point is, I don't know that we necessarily want to set that in stone that we're going to define an allocation right now.
I just worry if we don't do it some way, or say who's responsible for it, it's not gonna happen. That's my fear.
Make it quick. I actually agree with all of you, and I mean that. Like, I think this issue has come up. I've said to Councilor Morangello, the objective allocation term needs to be addressed, because I think there's been a lot of commentary, as I think you guys know, about this idea. And one viewpoint I've had, and I think the joint budget subcommittee is actually the venue to address this term that's floating around called objective allocation. Right now, the pie is nowhere near as big to be getting into an allocation debate about but I think there are some concerns in the community which I respect about the politics or other values, and I've heard a lot about the objective allocation. The schools want X amount of percentage of the tax levy and a bylaw and stuff like that. To Councilor Kajuka's point, I believe it has to come up, it has to get addressed, because in my view, they talk about an objective allocation, but I have never seen anybody tell me how to implement that. And I can assure you, once you know how to implement that, this goal will be off the table. Because once you see the money and you realize what an objective allocation is and how you go about it, what you're gonna end up having is a lot of revenue coming out of other departments, and you're gonna have it shifted other places, and that's gonna start shifting the debate again. But I still think this term has been lingering out there, and I think having it with school committee, town council, and finance committee members all hearing about this at the same time and discussing it, I think is the right way. Maybe we could I could wordsmith this piece up in that goal at the top. And maybe that might at least codify that the joint budget has to deal with it.
We'll speak to the allocation question.
Through the chair, can we do something like review or consider this objective policy as opposed to actually developing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another way.
We can make any amendments
Actually
tonight we want.
have town council review the policy after, if one gets in.
Yeah, after you guys.
That makes sense.
Right.
I like that.
I mean, we'd have to do it anyway
Sure,
during the
sure.
budget, but I mean.
But just call out that we're
Yeah.
gonna do it, that way
Yeah.
we know it's getting discussed and we'll have to come back to it.
So am I hearing that you want
You
the
good
word
with that,
develop
Matt?
Yeah, I'm
changed
good.
to review?
Or consider.
I don't know what the exact language is, but maybe we could
Yeah.
get back with Jamie.
Yeah, we can, Jamie, if you don't mind, running with that.
Absolutely.
So for the purposes of tonight, though, Jamie, what do you want me to put next to that one?
I was just trying to wordsmith it right now. So review a policy, starting in the FY '28 budget, just to get it grammatically correct.
So not 27?
No, for this one, for that one.
I think this one, Max was, or Councilor Morangella, I think was strategically thinking FY '28, right? Yeah.
This budget's already.
For allocation review, that one, you don't wanna think for 27, you get that, it's gotta be 28.
Yeah.
Okay.
So instead of develop, we're gonna say
Review and consider.
review.
Review and consider
Review and consider.
any potential objective
Any
allocation process,
Objective-based allocation.
Potential.
objective allocation process for FY '28.
Just to be clear, this doesn't have to be set allocation, there could be.
Right.
It doesn't have to
Right.
be that.
No, but that's why we didn't say set, like just whatever allocation process we set, gets proposed, the town council has to review.
Review and consider any potential objective allocation process for FY '28.
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Sounds good.
great. Under standard finance goals, review and approve town finance policies, last adopted 2024. Status is the finance committee will review this on March 11th, and the council will then review it in May.
I have a question about this.
Sure.
Should we be following these policies? Because I pulled those up and the very first one says, don't put standard recurring expenses in free cash. And that's one of the things that we were talking about before. So I'm just, when we're reviewing, how strictly should we be following these policies?
That's a great question. I mean, that's really up to all of you. And whether or not, with the changing financial dynamics, some of these policies may not be feasible, right? I mean, we've already started to get into that with, the fire truck and a variety of other things. So it's certainly a challenge. I would say that with that particular one, you want to be there, I hope. And whether we can get there or not, I don't, I think to your point is questionable. And so it's a good question about how much to enforce them, how much to stay true to them, and how to adapt with them as economic conditions continue to change, which are gonna obviously happen in the next couple of years quite a bit. So it's a great question.
Okay, so it sounds like everybody wants to keep that one.
The next one, review annual financial audit and the OPEB actuarial at public meetings. This is confirmed for the May 13th, 2026 meeting.
We do that every
We do it every year,
We do it every year.
but it's still a goal.
Oh, no,
So,
absolutely.
does anybody feel like we shouldn't do that?
No, you guys,
I think we should do it. I think we should do it. I just worry, if I'm, sometimes, I feel like one of the people who did in the past, like, used a lot of terminology that was kind of obtuse. And not
Like
obtuse,
obtuse?
but, not obtuse, I used the wrong word. But it was very not transparent, like the terminology. They were not dumbing it down for us enough.
Opaque.
And so I just want to make sure that for the layperson who's on the council, they actually do that.
You're not gonna get that with accountants, auditors, and actuarials. Like, part of what this is tough. It is complicated, but I think if we don't present financial audits and things of documents like that, then I think people make up other stories about our financial status that aren't true. So I think it is very important to make sure that that's documented. But I will say, to your point, Councilor Morangello, like, I would be, depending on questions from the council, I think you could get through both presentations in about probably an hour tops. I think both of them have been here many years before, and they go through it pretty quickly. I think it just depends on the questions that are asked. But within an hour, hour and a half, I think you can get through both of them.
Jamie, could I just ask maybe to Councilor Morangello's point, you've always done a good job at those presentations of doing sort of an executive summary
Yeah.
that people can understand, so we can count on you for that
Absolutely.
in the future, right?
Yep.
Just, I don't ever want to say dumb it down, but
No.
just to allow people to understand.
Give the highlight.
The highbrow stuff in a more
Absolutely.
easy to understand way.
Kitchen light,
right?
yeah.
It's kind of the same when you're talking to, no offense, Mark, but talking to attorneys, sometimes you
Well,
guys
no,
use
there's
terminology that
no
we don't
reason
understand.
why you have to just sit there passively. If there's terms you don't understand, you're probably not the only one. So feel free to say to the presenter, what does that acronym stand for, or what does that term mean?
Yeah, it helps educate the community
Yeah.
on what we're all working on.
and they do break it down after you, because I've done that a couple times.
Yeah, they do.
I have no idea what you're talking about, so please.
You can say it just like that.
And that's, and I have.
You have.
I have. Max, I have. and
We
that-
have said
Yes.
We have.
I mean, part of me just doesn't know where they're just like putting out all those terms to see if we're gonna like call them out on it. Like, you know, is it really these real terms, like.
They are real terms, but I think to Kay's point earlier and others, like, you know, it is a two-way street. People gotta get, if they wanna understand the budget and solutions, people have gotta also get into the material and
do their
try to improve on it and work on it and grow into it, and so.
All right, so that one stays. Approve an annual capital budget for FY '26 and FY '27. The current status is that FY '26 capital was partially completed. And then there's a word remaining.
Remaining in June, sorry.
I'm assuming that means there's
In June,
future stuff to
Yeah.
be voted on, right?
Right.
Anybody have any questions, objectives? Okay. Approve an annual operating budget for FY '27 and FY '28. Status for FY '27 budget process has begun, and the expected completion is June 10th. That's kind of a given. Yeah, if we took that one out, we could all go home. Approve an annual CPA annual budget and projects recommended by the Community Preservation Committee for FY '27 and FY '28. Status is an anticipated late March or early April 2026 public hearing.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, we did book the hearing today. It's actually May 18th.
May
So
18th?
I'll update that, yeah, May 18th.
May.
So the CPA annual public hearing will be then, and that's when all the project lists will be there. So I know it's a little far out, but
Okay.
it's hard getting everybody to agree on a date. But May 18th is booked, and we're gonna put out the legal ads and stuff.
Does that run into our budget though?
Same week, the
Same
Monday,
week, right?
the Monday of your budget hearings, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we get into my favorite topic, Public Works. These goals are based off the most immediate needs and projects which are currently before the DPW. Support the closeout of the Beaver Street Interceptor project through 2027. If you need a status, you can check out the website. Everybody agrees we gotta see that one through, otherwise we got a bunch of sewers
say
that
it.
aren't finished, right?
I thought you were gonna say another
I
word.
wasn't gonna.
Keep Franklin flowing.
That we have beautiful illustrations for that people want. Approve a water rate increase effective in FY '28 to implement the water tank improvement master plan, which is approximately $15 million worth of improvements, notably the hillside water tank.
Questions?
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm gonna go a little bit back. We had just, well, not we, but the previous council and DPW had approved a increase over the course of 3 years, 8% for water and sewer, total of 24% after 3 years. The sewer increase, I understood, was because of the Beaver Street.
Correct.
But we also raised the water 8% over the course of 3 years. Why are we raising it again?
Because you need to make sure that your hillside water tank stays intact, because otherwise you're gonna have far greater water problems, water suppression problems, a whole variety of other problems, as I think Doug alluded to in January, which is why we did some of those facility and infrastructure presentations early, was everybody, you know, we felt, working with the chair, like just that people needed to know what was coming and what was, you know, essentially a public safety problem. I think the hillside tank might be the oldest iron cast tank, or whatever it is, in the country. It's similar to the Beaver Street Interceptor, where it's like a 110-year-old pipe. I mean, how many more years can we get out of it? I absolutely know the affordability issue and the water rates are gonna be an issue, but it's a discussion for all of you to have about weighing the cost of a water rate increase and paying for that, and leaving the water tanks in jeopardy and what that might mean down the line. So that's not an issue. I don't think that'll be on the docket soon, because I think most of the meetings are pretty booked up. So I would anticipate something like that probably later this summer or in the fall for you guys to weigh. And, you know, obviously if the council decides they don't want to do a water rate increase to do it, that's absolutely your decision. But we just want to make sure you guys and the public are aware, because what we don't want to have happen is the water tank has a problem, it's got to come offline or something, and then we're into a lot more expense.
I'm not questioning the tank needing to be fixed. I saw the presentation. So that's not my, again, I'm not challenging that.
Okay.
I think the reason I'm skeptical is, if you remember, I stood up and argued against the last water increases. So I guess my question is, why did we raise the water by 24% over 3 years? If the sewer was being raised for the Beaver Street project, why did we raise the water rate to the 8% over 3 years if there wasn't anything going on for that, and we knew we were gonna have to do something like this?
There were things going on for that. The water treatment plant down on Grove Street got reconstructed because it got taken offline because of iron and manganese. Because the federal government, and you know, Councilor Callaway-Tripp, I have been a massively outspoken individual on PFAS, but PFAS has taken over the country.
I know.
And now worse, this would have been eligible for an SRF low-interest loan, okay, but they're prioritizing PFAS projects. And I don't need to say it again, but I will, this all bothers me a great deal. I'm not pro-PFAS, I'm not like, I want to drink PFAS, but I think the federal government did not consider, and I don't think the state government is considering, the impact to taxpayers. I really genuinely believe that. I'm all in favor of getting rid of PFAS, but not at like a cost of $1 trillion to the American households. The SRF program at the state should be sticking to its basics, and we should be being able to borrow for this for a long-term borrowing note at a 1.5% interest rate would be much more financially advantageous to us than having to go raise water rates. If we were able to go borrow and get an SRF loan, we may not have to do a water rate increase. The third reason was inflation went through the roof in FY '22 and '23, and obviously I don't need to tell all of you this, it's never come down. But in FY '22, that rate, I believe, one of the reasons why that rate went into effect was because inflation and driving up the cost of any water main replacement, you know, any of the basic work was just going, you know, off the charts, and so we needed the revenue to be able to pay all those, to obviously pay for all those projects. So water treatment plant, PFAS plant, and to address the inflation were the reasons for those costs. Those are the things off the top of my head. There might have been a couple of other smaller ones, but I think that summarizes it.
So I get what you're saying, so to clarify on one thing, are you saying that we can't do a loan for that because of all the PFAS stuff that's going
Yeah,
on?
they're prioritizing the PFAS stuff at the state. We can apply, we'll get rejected because we won't be any, say they have $500,000 to expend. They'll get like 2 billion worth of requests from towns or whatever the numbers are. I'm just trying to illustrate that they're gonna get far more requests than money obligated. And because of the federal PFAS rules, the state has decided to prioritize PFAS remediation infrastructure. The additional piece is the Biden Infrastructure Act. Again, I'm not in favor of this, but they went all in on PFAS in that bill. And so they're incentivizing states to use the infrastructure money from that bond bill 4 years ago towards PFAS projects. So I understand the state's view of this. Like, they feel like if they're getting money from the federal government and they're using local money from the Clean Water Trust, like, why not make progress and prioritize those projects? Because you're ultimately getting a better bang for your buck if you're the state, because you're getting all this federal stimulus money. But as a result for us in Franklin, especially because we already built one of the PFAS plants, a few years ago, we're then kicked to the bottom. So we can apply for an SRF loan, but we won't even come close to even being really eligible or even being close to be awarded one. And I think Doug mentioned at that presentation that they had just, come in, they scored very low on an SRF application for this because we weren't, this project has nothing to do with PFAS.
What's an SRF?
State Revolving Fund.
Okay.
Which is in partnership with the Mass Clean Water Trust, where there's a pot of money that goes out for low interest loans. So under the SRF program, and it's been there for decades, we did it at our water treatment plant, our Beaver Street interceptors through this program, a lot of projects we've done in the past. You get a 2% standard fixed loan, interest rate. Franklin, because we're a housing choice community, and we actually get a 1.5% loan. So the Beaver Street interceptor that these folks approved a few years ago actually saved millions of dollars because it was a 1.5% loan through that program. Those projects now are scoring lower because of the PFAS priorities. And so it's a state revolving fund program. It's been in place for decades, and it's probably one of the best things state government has done to help local ratepayers be able to do these projects with some financial assistance from the state. But obviously that's changed over the last couple of years. It's still there, the program's still there. It's just, you're not gonna get a project like this to score high enough. So the obligation then is on the locality to fix these problems. And in this case, private property owners don't pay into the water fund, so they wouldn't pay for any water rate increases. So about 25% of Franklin doesn't pay into any of this, so they wouldn't see an increase in anything. So they didn't see the increase of the 8%, they wouldn't see any increase on this, maybe 30%, but it's like 25 or 30% of the public doesn't even pay into this. So so I hope that kind of clarifies.
It still doesn't make me happy, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay, yeah.
Councilor Callaway Tripp, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but would you be more comfortable with language maybe of review and discuss a water rate increase rather than the finite language of approve?
I was thinking that.
Because I think there might be other alternatives. I can't see in good faith putting another increase on the people in this town after 3 years of increases.
Yeah.
I just can't.
And I think, Jamie, no offense, but I think using the word approve makes it sound like the decision's already made, as opposed to.
I was gonna say, the
Totally
goal
fine.
here is the water rate increase. Shouldn't the goal be the water tank improvements?
Sure.
And the method is the increase, but what I'm just saying is that the real goal here is to improve the water tank. So why don't we just make the goal to improve the water tank, and then we'll figure out how we're gonna do that.
You definitely need to figure out how you pay for the water tank before you do the water tank. And I can assure you, there are very, very limited options, if any, that you're gonna find other than funding it within your own town. I just laid it out for you. Like we would have been able to go to the federal government. We would have been able to go to the federal government for disaster assistance for snow and ice removal. But we're probably not gonna be able to get federal assistance because FEMA doesn't really exist much anymore. So, I mean, the reality is there's gonna be very few options. I do agree with the review, language, I mean, Kerry will come out with, numbers and what it means for the average person. So, however you guys wanna do it, if you wanna take out the water rate increase, I'm fine with that. It's a lot, it's your goal, but there are not gonna be very many. There's no grants of this kind of magnitude we can apply for. It's very limited options.
Perhaps, Jamie, we say review and discuss a water rate
Yeah.
increase and other strategies?
Sure, absolutely.
Would that make people
Yeah.
comfortable?
All right, hold on, Max.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I hear the concern about, water rates being unaffordable. We do have a community assistance program, which I believe knocks off that, is it a 50% discount?
Yeah, we did. We increased it 2
Yeah.
years ago to a 50% off your water, sewer, and stormwater.
But by open, if it keeps coming up, we could try to make a second tier as a goal.
I think that's to the other strategies that Councilor
Yeah.
Cormier
Yeah.
Ledger just mentioned too. That language sounds really
I
good.
will say, I think that's great, but just so you know, I know people and that the things that they have in place, they're great if you qualify.
Right.
But some people are just below the qualification, and they're the ones that are going to
Yeah, the
struggle.
ones that get hit.
So what I was saying is, right now, there's either you're in the community assistance program or you're not. But if there was a second level that, that for people who are like, between 200 and 300% of the poverty level as opposed to just below that, maybe we could have instead of a 50% discount, maybe it's a 25% discount.
Sliding scale.
Yeah.
Your water rate system right now is on a sliding scale.
Okay.
So the higher users pay more than the
Yeah.
people who are lower users. You already have a fairly good sliding scale. So in other words, just to put it bluntly, people with irrigation systems on their lawn actually pay more for the water than the person who's, than the person that's on a 1/16 of an acre in a smaller parcel. So we already have a sliding scale, and that's something that the state, I don't want to say mandates, but the state in our Water Management Act permit essentially encourages you very strongly to do that. And you guys voted for a wider spectrum of that, I think, a few years ago when you did the community assistance program. So we already have we do have a sliding scale already on usage, based on usage. If you look in the bylaw, if you use a certain amount of water, you pay at a higher premium than if you use less water.
Yeah, so I think what we're talking about is actually
I
on
know,
the income level.
There's always gonna be people at whatever level you make it, there's gonna be people that are under the line or over the line, right? And so, we've made that very consistent across all departments, that it's based off federal, energy assistance for home heating oil. So those are the thresholds. We use the federal government's numbers and we update them every year.
So as
But I
it's-
think that the language that Councilor Cormier Ledger came up, at least engulfs this conversation. I think it's an umbrella language for this kind of debate to happen when it
So
comes
for
up.
everybody's review, right now, with the revisions, it says, review and discuss a water rate increase and other strategies effective in FY '28 to implement the water tank improvement master plan, et cetera. Everybody good with that?
Yes. Just to give you an update on how old the water tank is, when we had that discussion, I was talking to my brother. My brother goes, don't you remember what Dad said? I said, what? And he goes, he used to climb that tank when it was first built, and when he was like 10 years old. My father would be 111 right now. Just to show, that will give you a little bit of a update on how old it is.
Well, the DeLorco estate should name it after your family member then. Okay. And I'm gonna tell my kids to stop taking daily showers, because apparently we're paying more in water rates, and I didn't know that, so. Kids, you gotta go the way. All right. Okay, next one. Approve and finance a new 5-year water main replacement plan through FY '30. Good?
I'm good with that.
Yeah,
I don't think we can
no
do
idea how we're
but-
gonna fund it,
Yeah,
but
right.
it's a great one to put on there.
Water rate increase.
Yeah. Develop a strategy for the Beaver Street Recycling Center, landfill cap design and financing. So Jamie, that's the long-term thing we've been talking
Yeah.
about like finally giving that place a facelift, right? And kind of bringing it into the new century.
Yeah, the land swap
Right.
was one of your goals that finally went through maybe a year and a half ago. It took
Yeah.
14 years with the state.
I was gonna say about, I was gonna say it was over 10.
Yeah, and we're just starting the discussion on the, we are legally obligated, just so folks know. Like, for folks that don't know really quickly, if you go down to the Beaver Street Recycling Center and you look left, you'll see a hill. That hill is filled with the town's garbage for the last, from 1940 through 1990. It's just a big pile of garbage in there, and it's now the law that we have, because the town dumped their garbage in there, we have to line it. And so, someday it was gonna happen, and unfortunately, my predecessor wanted this to happen, and so now we have to pick up the tab at some point.
Okay.
But I will say, this is a very long-term project, and a solid waste master plan is probably gonna be required first, so I think it's just trying to develop a strategy, that's all.
Okay. Continue to fund and accept public ways. The town has about 100 to 110 remaining private ways in the queue for public acceptance. We usually accomplish 1 to 4 of these every 2 years.
Can you just explain that?
Yep. So, an example would be Cottage Court. If you go down on Cottage Street and you look left and you go down that, there's like a dirt road and it's very potholy, that's a private road.
Like a horseshoe.
Right, it's a private road. There's about 100 of these throughout Franklin. Some roads are actually owned by developers, like Nicholas Drive over off Prospect Street. Daniel Street, part of Daniel Street is actually owned by a private developer. Not every road is owned by the town. And the biggest deal is about snow plowing, and about whether the road is up to code. So some roads are pretty easy, like little 3-unit subdivisions on a cul-de-sac, but the town engineer and the town attorney are the two people that work on almost all of these, and there's a whole legal process that goes beyond them, and most people who live on, not every private road, by the way, but a lot of the smaller roads or roads that were built maybe 30, 40 years ago, people thought that they owned the road, or the town did, but they didn't, and they find out they don't get plowed, they don't maintain them, we don't fix them, and some areas want to keep it private because they want the potholes, or they feel like there's a cheaper way, or whatever the covenant, the deeds are. But most people in town that live on a private way, not all, but a lot of them have always advocated for their road to be accepted by the town. And so we try to chip away at them a few times each year. Mark looks like he's about to raise his hand.
Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, so during your explosive development period, it was just more subdivisions being constructed, roads being constructed, than the town process could keep up with.
Right.
And a lot of developers just went in, did the development, and then they dissolved the development entity, or they left town, or what have you. There was no money left for the town to go in. The first step being to create an engineered plan called an acceptance plan.
Yeah.
Typically, the right way, developers, that's one of the things that developers have to post surety with the planning board for, and that has to get done. But back then, it wasn't being done. We didn't have the town engineer or engineering department available for inspection. There's a whole bunch of reasons, but that's when we built up this very large backlog.
And this is not unique to Franklin. This is a trend that goes back to the late 70s when 495 was built, and as growth migrated out, to Mark's point, there was no resources at the local level, there was no real inspection systems, and towns just said, we're not accepting the roads. And so a lot of communities up and down 495 have these huge backlogs. The good news is, moving forward, all of our code and bylaws have fixed all of this stuff, so this stuff doesn't happen anymore when they go through planning board. So, so we just try to chip away a few a year.
And by accepting these roads, we
Plow and maintain them.
We maintain them, but we get more
we get more Chapter 90
More
money from the
Chapter
state
90
because the
money.
mileage then goes on to our rolls, then
Right.
Brutus, when he files for our grant every year, we then get credit for that road. Even if it's like 1/8 of a mile, we add it on and then we get reimbursed money. The money never covers the cost from the state to do
No, but-
everything.
Yeah.
It never does.
That's bad.
But you do get a higher allotment, so it is
We'd
financially.
have to we'd have to take care of it anyway, so. might as well.
And most residents, sometimes they yell loud enough where it's,
Yeah.
just,
Okay,
so.
so nobody has any objection to accepting the public ways bullet points, so we'll move on. Develop a strategy to prioritize and finance town infrastructure investments, including roads, sidewalks, grounds, parks, stormwater, sewer, water, recycling, open space, and recreation. And then Jamie has some additional language with specific emphasis on traffic calming measures, improvement at key intersections, annual accessibility audits, and ADA compliance improvements.
It was Councilor Morangello's suggestion, I failed to put his name.
Oh, sorry.
My bad. Sorry, that's my fault.
Thank you, Councilor Morangello, for those excellent suggestions. Everybody okay with the bullet, with the additional language that's currently in red? Okay. Moving right along.
Go ahead, Mark.
I would simply suggest, instead of saying with special emphasis, say including but not limited to, because
Sure.
a lot of the other things are at least as important.
Where would you want that, Mark?
Delete the with special emphasis and just put
Including but not.
including but not limited to. Or including, just including.
I mean, since we stopped, since this is a call out, I mean, in theory, it's part of the capital plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, not really. I mean, this is like a separate capital plan from like all the other stuff you just reviewed, like facilities. I mean, you can bake it in, but as you saw in Brutus's presentation, this is like tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope that would be in our capital plan. I would
Yeah.
hope all this stuff would be in our capital plan. That's what I expect the capital plan to be.
Okay.
Everything, just.
You got it.
Just
Yeah.
be clear.
Just
Yep,
so it's there.
that's fine.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Does this include like complete roads? Are we still doing that?
Yes, complete streets.
Complete streets?
Yep, we're still a
Okay.
complete street community. Grant funding, we've gotten a couple grants, we've installed them, and we've gotten rejected from a couple grants, so I think the competition's been getting a lot higher, there's more applications, and there's leveled off dollars, so, but we are still a complete streets community, yep.
And that's.
That's a lot of this, yeah. So we could get an ADA grant for 25,000 or 50, we could certainly augment some of this with grant money for sure, that's what we've done in the past, yep.
Thank you.
Okay. So moving on to page 4, public property and facilities. Prioritize and fund the rebuilding of the senior center sprinkler system. Status, the FY '26 capital funding was approved. Work to commence spring and summer '26. Okay. Next one, finalize a site design and strategy for the police station building project and/or other associated uses with the former Davis Thayer and Parmenter School parcels. Status is scheduling a visit from the building committee to discuss at a future council meeting. Everybody's good? Okay. Draft and issue a request for proposals, otherwise known as RFP, to sell or lease the parcel at 275 Beaver Street, which is our current Recreation Department headquarters. Okay, hire an OPM and begin the design of the Washington Street Elementary School, formerly Remington Jefferson renovation. Jamie, for clarification, that's the roof and other things that you mentioned at a previous meeting, right?
Fire alarms, basketball courts, there's a whole list of stuff up there, yep, mold.
Okay. Anybody have any objections to that one?
So you'll be
Okay.
raising the roof.
Yes, Councilor.
What? Lowering the roof.
Actually,
That is a very good attorney response to that.
it is, in that case, it is lowering the roof.
No, it is.
I'll allow it. The next one, you can tell it's 9 o'clock. Support the King Street Memorial Park rehabilitation through Phase 1 and future phases, and then in parentheses, it says here, using CPA funds. Everybody's good? Okay. Evaluate the reuse or sale of the Davis Thayer School parcel by following the Davis Thayer Reuse Committee's work, including options for an RFP.
Is that a little
That's kind of,
duplicative, right?
yeah, kind of.
With the bullet earlier.
Earlier bullet
Earlier.
mentioned Davis here. I mean, I'm fine leaving it the way it is, but I think it's saying the same
Did I put
thing.
it twice?
Yeah, it
Uh,
just, with the police,
Well, in the second bullet, Jamie, you mentioned Davis Thayer
Oh.
parcel.
just kind of not, but it's,
Kind of.
they're,
So
they're,
does it
they're
need to-
Well,
they're
yeah,
related,
they're-
but not
yeah.
exactly the same. It's probably worth just leaving them.
It's such a good project, we'll leave it in twice.
Yeah, so nice.
We're prioritizing it twice.
We really need to deal.
Anybody have anything else? Nope. Other projects that have been included in executive session, do we need to elaborate for the
No.
board or anything? No, I'm just asking if there's anything else I need to prepare. The one thing that I asked Jamie earlier, everybody, to be added here, I would hope you would support it, is continue to explore the location and funding options for the Franklin Community Arts Center. Would everybody be okay if we kept that as a goal?
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, page 5. Community planning, economic development goals. File a local home rule hotel tax legislation to charge an additional 2% on local hotel stays.
That was a recommendation, just so you know, from Councilor Malloy, and for some reason I didn't put his name there, not that he probably minds, but
I remember.
that was in my memo, but I
It was in your
appreciated
memo, it
his,
caught
I
my eye,
appreciated
and I said,
his
why not, yeah.
support, because we, for some reason, can't seem to get the legislature to move on this, so.
So we can do that one, Jamie, without the legislature doing that thing that
We
they're doing?
can, I think it'll face tough hurdles, because if they do it for us, then other towns are gonna do it, which then begs the question, why aren't they just allowing us to do it in the first place? But I think it'll send a signal to our state delegation that we're ready to do this. And we've probably already missed the boat for the World Cup, which is disappointing. But, you know, but I think if we file it, it'll show Rep. Roy and Senator Roush and others that, you know, that's money being paid for people that don't live in Franklin, so it's like, I don't see
Yeah,
why
right.
this is so hard, but things get weird sometimes.
The World Cup, they're all hotels are booked anyway.
Yeah, and they're charging people more money, so if we had 2% more
Right.
on it, we'd be making off that hotel
You're getting
stays
like
2% more.
$1,000 a night.
I mean, just what?
$1,000
Yeah.
a night.
Some places.
Right, so if you're at the hotel now and it's $200, and then they're jacking them up to 800, this was a huge missed opportunity
Right.
where we couldn't have had this 2% for 3 months. Because everybody comes here from around the world for the World Cup, stays not just for one game, they stay here for like a month and a half. So, but I appreciate it, and if you guys are amenable, I'll try to get ready up for the next meeting, and
That's it.
this is a very simple home rule to write, so it's, this is,
Done.
Yeah.
if you guys are okay with that.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Make
Well,
it
the
4%.
latest news is Foxborough's not gonna approve it anyway, so
35%.
we didn't miss it. All right. The next one, Councilor Malloy suggested coordinate an annual or semi-annual restaurant week to generate an appetite for Franklinites to eat local and attract visitors to Franklin's diverse restaurant scene.
I swear I have no memory of ever saying that, but Jamie says I did, so. I still think it's a good idea.
It's such a good idea.
Julie,
Take
right?
credit.
You said it, right? Her and I both went,
I said it?
bing. It was like,
I remember blurting something out about it, but
That doesn't sound like Steve Franklin.
Yeah, it's all right. We've done similar things though, Jamie, where we packaged, you know, nights out with things downtown, but I think the restaurant week makes sense.
I think everyone knows that term. right there.
Restaurant week.
Yeah, restaurant week, or restaurant weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
yeah.
Marketing and branding, Phase 2, wayfinding signs. The town completed Phase 1 of the approved marketing and branding master plan and can pause or move forward.
Is this, sorry, through the chair, is this to decide whether we are pausing or moving forward, or is this to actually do it? I know we've talked about this, so I'm just trying to figure out what the intention of this goal is.
Is to decide whether we're pausing this and taking a hiatus, or whether we're gonna still continue to do work. And just to be clear, and I think we share the same view on this, you know, most of this work would end up falling probably on, you know, Corey and Liz, you know, because I don't have a deputy town administrator and I don't have a planner downstairs. So I think this is one that certainly could be paused.
And very expensive, right? Didn't we talk?
It is, yes, it is expensive. Yeah, the wayfinding signs are not cheap, and getting into all that. Also, a lot of it can be very divisive, because everybody wants the wayfinding sign to go to them, right? It's not, it can get very time consuming. It's very expensive and very time consuming.
So why don't we remove it?
Yeah, why don't we
Yeah,
remove
I mean,
that?
can we, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just strike it altogether?
Yeah,
But
I'm
that,
good with that.
but that doesn't mean that we're not moving forward with the marketing and branding plan.
It just means it's not a
Just
priority.
means we're not doing the wayfinding sign?
No, I think we're doing away with all of it.
Right now.
But we just spent quite a bit of money, just.
For phase one. That was
For
on
phase
phase
Yeah, for phase one's done. I mean, there's a few tweaks that still have to happen administratively, but phase one is done. That was like the letterhead and the logo and the shirts and, you know, some of that 1778 is gonna be used by the 250th committee, I'm sure.
Okay.
Which is great, and that was all grant money.
Yeah, but this doesn't, if we strike it, that doesn't do away with that.
No, it does not do away
That
with it.
stays, this is
Phase
just.
one is
Yeah.
done.
Okay, no,
Phase
I
one
just
is
wanted-
done, and then
yeah.
essentially the project is kind of done.
Okay, then I'm striking.
Well, and this was, you hadn't priced it out, right? I feel like we had talked about that a couple weeks
Yeah.
ago.
We didn't have a
It was like
firm schedule of money. We had like estimates from other towns that have done it, and it's extremely expensive.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, the next goal suggested by Councilor Morangelo, revitalize downtown Franklin by redeveloping vacant, deteriorated, and contaminated properties while attracting anchor establishments that generate foot traffic and economic activity.
I love it as a goal.
I mean, some of it's beyond our control.
You're very
but-
limited in what you can do. I mean, unless you had a redevelopment authority, you could support, you could rezone, things like that. But as far as actively getting involved, that's beyond your general ability legally.
Legally, right? We can't just go up to somebody.
No,
and
you'd
say,
have to set, like I said, the only mechanism that I'm aware of, other than some voluntary things that are in the law, would be a redevelopment authority, which is a whole different creature.
The other random thought I had, I do agree with Mark on that, was there's like a 5-page economic development series of action items in the master plan. Maybe the EDC could review all of those action items and those goals and maybe prioritize a couple more economic development ones that the committee thinks are relevant now. Some of these action items in this master plan, like Mark said, relate to more concrete steps on downtown revitalization as opposed to the umbrella value. So we could amend that and say maybe the EDC will review the economic development recommendations from the master plan. Because there's like 5 pages of stuff here, and it's like a needle in a haystack. I mean, I don't know which ones to do first.
You could change the grammar to say, encourage the revitalization, and then, you know, to redevelop, blah, 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 which would basically be leaving it to support others doing it.
So I think that makes sense, but in the master plan, there were more detailed, more specific tasks. So, you know, Jamie's suggestion to say we evaluate via the master plan might be something where we can get some concrete trends, if you will.
Review and prioritize the economic development goals contained within the master plan?
Max, I wanna hear, what do you want out of this goal? That's kind of
Yeah,
what I
so
wanna
these
get.
were actually two goals that I merged that were both from the master plan about downtown. So these are both in the they're two goals that are in the master plan. They just stuck together and thought fit well together. In terms of, I think one thing that could be done is just engaging with stakeholders. I don't know if people are, we have the downtown partnership, we have the landlords. We can't force them to do anything, but we can at least talk to them and at least know where they're standing, or do exit interviews, or, so you're right, we don't have any binding authority, but we could at least, communicate with some of our landlords more proactively. And I know we do some of that already. And I'm open to wordsmithing it, I'm open to more concrete. If you want to substitute another, master plan goal, I'm happy with that too, as long as we're getting stuff done.
Jamie, what was your suggested language?
Review and prioritize, the EDC eventually would do review and prioritize the economic development goals contained within the master plan. There's like a whole section here, it goes on for 6 pages, 10 pages.
Yeah,
And I think it's all, I think one of this goal that Max is pointing out is kind of like an overarching value in the master plan, and then there's concrete, like Mark said, like here's a zoning thing you can do, here's this.
So instead of listing all those out, just reference the master plan,
Right.
which has.
EDC should go through these 8 to 10 pages and go,
Yeah.
because I think some of these goals too, at the EDC level, or some of the goals in the master plan are definitely not zoning changes that are gonna bring you economic development anytime soon. And I hope you're all, everybody, and I think everybody's very much alert and concerned about the short term here, long term too, but some of this stuff, I mean, we've changed the zoning downtown for 22 years, and it has not made as much progress as we think, so. But there are other items in here that may pique the EDC a little bit more, and I think we should do the things that are achievable to get some progress now, so.
Yeah, I would, in terms of language reviewing having the EDC review the economic development goals, I would be in favor of that as a substitution. If there's no objection to that.
Well, would you like me to add, Max?
That, what I just said.
Specifically, no, I have
Oh.
review and prioritize the economic development goals contained in the master plan.
Yeah,
But I
that's-
also heard EDC, so where
Oh,
would you?
yeah,
where-
that's economic development.
Well, that's gonna be in there.
Yeah.
All of these goals in that planning section, Council Cormier Ledger, would go to the EDC anyway.
Oh, so I don't need to rewrite EDC
No,
on
right,
that? Okay,
no.
I'm just checking, okay. Great, that one's done. Master plan implementation goals. Councilor Morangello suggested, I think it says TC 2.2, work with GATRA for fixed bus routes in addition to current on-demand micro-transit. Councilor Morangello, can you elaborate on TC 2.2?
Yeah, so that's the number of the goal in the master plan. So you could just, I think you could just click in and it'll go to the master plan or
right,
something.
okay. All right.
But this was something that was, I think there's a lot of people who are seniors who, you have to sort of schedule microtransit in advance, and sometimes they book up, and then you're stuck. You don't have that reliability of the fixed line where you can just hop on a bus and know what's gonna be there every half hour. And so there's some people in the community who have expressed frustration that it's not the current system isn't as reliable as it could be. So they're looking to sort of have that as adding that back in as an option for people, and being able to have the two systems work together efficiently so that people can get to where they need to go.
And I believe the limitations, Jamie, in the past around that have been the town's contribution, right?
Right.
Well, you gotta buy a bus, you gotta have, I mean, the vision has always been a 140 route, which I think would make a huge difference. But money for the bus, coordination, staffing, all that stuff, is the constraint there.
Now, Jamie, a question on that, would you have to set bus stops and everything like that?
Yep.
If we have a fixed route, right?
Yep.
If I remember right,
Yep.
from my key days, we would have to set up, and what would that do to the street?
Well, it depends, I mean, we've never really
Looked into it, yeah.
gone this far, I think, you've been trying to work with GATRA, but GATRA has limited funding too, and their
Yeah.
funding is gonna get cut from the federal government as
It's
well.
cut again.
So, I think it's a really great objective. I think it's something that a lot of people talk about.
No, it'd be great.
But it is a long-term, multi-million-dollar investment for sure, and,
Can locations be done, Jamie, instead of specific markings on 140? Could it be like the municipal building
Yeah.
and et cetera, and just?
Big Y, I think if you saw a route like this, you'd probably have key stops for shopping. I think, you'd have a stop in, obviously uptown, you'd have a stop, over near Dean, you'd have a stop down by, Fisher Street, basically where the old mill was, you'd
Okay.
lay out,
So-
exactly, you'd go into the Village Mall, whatever.
So it doesn't have to be disturbing 140 per se?
Well, no matter what, it's gonna disturb 140, because you get the big Y, you got Shaw's.
It'll disturb 140 if we do what's laid out here.
Right.
It's like,
That's what
but,
it
but that's very expensive. I think we can get to this, or get something along, or at least, if we're gonna put in a goal, I would prefer it to be a goal that says, we're gonna look for, explore ways to accomplish the task, so to speak, without necessarily saying we're gonna buy a bus and create bus stops. Right, so maybe it's, I don't know if it's exploring a partnership or just some other type of arrangement to enable the type of transit that Max has suggested.
And we'd have to have them pay for it too, that's
Right.
the other thing.
To Councilor Juku's point, actually, it's pretty spot on. I mean, I think a first part of this might be a small grant through an MAPC or a district technical assistance grant, where maybe some transportation planner could actually look at, right, where are those stops? And that would be a great project for the planning office. But I like the way he's moving, instead of trying to
We
get
don't
it,
wanna bite
like,
off
what
until
it,
we can chew, right?
like, how many stops do we need? What are the intervals? What are the traffic light considerations? All that stuff would get refereed. I mean, we could probably find a small grant amount for a transportation planner. I mean, something like this is probably a $30,000, $20,000 cost for a transportation planning consultant to go through and look at that route and say, Gorelick, Forge Park, like how many stops is it? And what is it gonna cost for us to implement something like this? So that would certainly be a much more realistic goal and a much more realistic thing.
Right.
And it still fits with where the master plan's trying to go.
And it's something that helps from an economic development standpoint,
Right.
because it increases the mobility of some of the seniors in town. So that's just.
So is there suggested edits to the language, or are we leaving it as is?
Max, what?
So I mean, we could sort of have that sort of study part of it, where we're gonna study this, look at the things. The other two alternative goals that I was looking at was, we have Forge Park, having, we could have like a, Peter Pan, have a headquarters there between, Forge Park in Worcester, Forge Park in New York, or Forge Park in Providence. That having private bus officers, operators is one of the goals in the master plan. And then they would profit off of it, so it wouldn't necessarily have to be a public cost. The other option is RIPTA, and that's a whole headache because, they're in Rhode Island, and they need special permission to go Massachusetts. But if they were to get special permission, I'm sure they would want access to our commuter rail, so they could want to provide us free, they might want to provide us free service because they can get access to our rail that way. So just two other options if you want to substitute them.
Sorry, so as we think about goals, though, maybe the way to couch that is explore options to enable,
A fixed route bus. A fixed route bus, that's what a fixed bus route.
Fixed route travel.
Whether it's cash or whatever.
Yeah, fixed route travel around.
To Max's point, how do we
Yeah.
get a fixed route,
Right.
fixed bus route?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and the other thing I forgot was Logan Express.
I won't even say
Really
fixed
nice.
bus, I would say like, but to your point.
Something.
Something like that,
But
like,
now you're gonna get a
let's
Logan
think about
Express one
let's think about what we're trying to accomplish as opposed to how we actually do it. Yeah, fixed transit, increased.
Could be an Uber driver that drives
Franklin.
back and forth.
It could be.
So can somebody propose the language change, please? So I can-
Explore options.
I would just put,
So, Jamie has one.
Explore options for a fixed bus route,
Fixed
along.
Fixed
Transit
transit.
route.
Fixed transit route, a
Yeah.
fixed transit route along Route 140?
Yes,
Because that's, we know that's what the
that's the goal.
vision was.
Like,
So
we're
I think
trying
we-
to.
Yeah, I think it's good. That's great.
And you could still, Jamie, tie it to TC 2.2. right?
Absolutely. I'll
Just
keep that,
because,
I'll keep that
you know,
reference
This is
there
the
for
master
sure.
plan implementation
Correct.
sections, that makes sense. All right, the next one, Max, Councilor Morangello recommended that we look at S 1.1A, pursue the DOER climate leader designation. And Jamie, I think we heard you say that this would be incredibly expensive, but do you want
Leave
to
it there.
talk through it, or leave it as a goal, or what?
I think if you wanted to create a sustainability citizens committee, you could. I know that's a requirement of that. I know the stretch code is one of the biggest issues.
Specialize.
Could we just change it to say explore? That leaves us a lot of wiggle room to
Yeah.
look at
Yeah.
it, think about it.
Yep.
Explore DOER climate leader designation?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect.
Max, you okay with that?
Well, maybe take initial steps. So, you know, the sustainability committee, you know, we don't have to finish it, but at least take the first steps around looking at it.
But how does that differ from explore?
Explore and
Because
take
means you might
initial
not do
steps.
it.
Well, I mean, at least, what I meant by that was, and I think you used explore on another one of the goals as well, and I like the term because it kind of sets out some framework of, well, what would be required if we were gonna do this?
Right.
What's first, second, third? How much is that gonna cost us as viable? Maybe we could come up with an alternative or whatever. So I just like that word because it
Yeah.
allows some focus on the objective without committing to setting up a committee.
And
Councilor
through you, Mr.
Morangello.
Chairman, I think to that point, like, how many of you know exactly what it takes to become a climate not audience members?
Not surprising.
I did read through it.
Oh, you did?
and
Okay.
I don't see that happening anytime soon, but.
So I think step one is even understanding what's required of it, I think is your point, right? So,
I will say that I think one of the advantages of it is if you do go through all the steps, you do get a significant amount of grant funding
right.
with that. And I know that there's some in the community who are looking for a sustainability coordinator,
Yeah.
and that this is something, if we do go through these steps, that could be used to fund that. I would, you know, as long as we're we make progress, I'm happy. I just don't want to leave it on a shelf with the rest of the master plan. But
Okay, so I think I heard we're good with swapping
Explore.
out the word pursue for explore. Okay. Councilor Morangello also suggested, in accordance with H 1.5A, dedicate annual CPA contributions to the Affordable Housing Trust.
Mark totally beat me. Mark was out of his seat.
So the statute does already permit funds to be transferred to an affordable housing trust of the, you know, from CPA funds. It's a permissible use. But that's typically done as part of the annual budgeting process with the CPC recommendation and then the legislative vote to approve or on an as-needed basis, whatever. I don't think you can
Right.
usurp that process.
Through you, Mr. Chair, someone's got to go to it's not really the council necessarily. Theoretically could, but it's atypical for sure. You have to, Councilor Morangello or a group or somebody would have to go to the CPA committee and make the pitch for this and why. So,
And they would have to okay it.
right, so I don't know if that's actually.
Suggest.
It may be the purview of one of the counselors, or maybe multiple, or maybe, you know, but just so we're clear, the trust has some funds, but they're very limited in what they can kind of spend money on, right? It's not like we can just go give out rental programs necessarily or different things. So, but I think this goal would basically ask the council to go to the CPA committee to ask them to transfer money to the trust for whatever purposes Councilor Morangello was thinking. So it is a bit of an awkward goal in terms of procedure.
But the CPA could, Jamie,
They could.
put in their list of, here's the
Goals,
projects
yeah.
we want you to consider for this year. They could absolutely put an
Correct.
amount to the housing trust in that list to us, couldn't
Yes.
they?
They could, absolutely.
But we just can't mandate that, right?
No.
That's what you're
That's
saying.
it.
That's correct, exactly.
We can't.
So the
They
the
have to
committee,
go.
generally speaking, the CPC is like a gatekeeper. They review, they must by statute approve or recommend. So they recommend, they look at a project and they make a recommendation. Then it will be up to you as a legislative body to implement or not. And you're restricted to implementing or not. You cannot take action contrary to what CPC votes. So there's like a checks and balances built in.
Okay, so.
So I think I'm hearing that this one's getting struck, but that if Councilor Morangelo or others wanted to advocate for this, they should go to talk to the CPA.
I think we'd also have to understand, the CPA committee is gonna ask, why do you wanna transfer money to there, and what are you gonna use the money on?
Should actually come from the Affordable Housing Trust itself.
Right.
To the CPC with your support if
Great
you
point.
want.
Right.
Great point.
Okay. Because I believe some of the concerns, Jamie, were about a fixed allocation, so they could properly budget going forward and things like that, but I understand what everything's
Yeah,
hearing.
actually, to Attorney Sorrell's point, the trust may want to go ask for something, but they have to first decide what they're asking for. So I think this goal is fine, and I know it's in the master plan, but it's a little too ambiguous and broad.
Okay, well, I think we agreed to strike it. So, Councilor Morangelo also recommended, in accordance with CSF 5.2, explore regional composting at the Beaver Street Recycling Center. Everybody seems good with that
What
one?
is regional composting?
Regional means, what are we gonna
Composting.
charge other people to come?
Be the regional compost center.
Yeah.
Councilor Morangelo, was that your intention, that
Right.
this be for outside of Franklin?
Oh, that was, no, I just thought, I think they were talking about having composting as a, I think municipal service, so like I don't know if it would be pickup or, it was in the master plan, but my understanding is we don't have a composting service right now just for residents, is that?
Very, very limited.
It's very limited,
Yeah.
so this would be to expand that for residents, but
The site
Just
is-
take out the word regional,
They take out the word
Yeah.
regional.
Expand.
because the goal's already up above, but if you just take out regional, you should be fine.
So would people be okay with explore additional composting options at the Beaver Street Recycling Center?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's fine,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fine.
Okay. Next one, Councilor Morangelo suggested, in accordance with LU 5.1, consider form-based code for DC and C1 districts. So I'll be the first to admit I have no idea what this one
Yeah.
is referring to, so can we get some elaboration?
Yes, so
Downtown
form-based coding is, we talk a lot about the character downtown. So form-based code, instead of saying, how much setbacks you have, or, how, it basically says what's the character of the town, this area of town that you actually want, and build to it. I don't know if am I explaining that right, Jamie, or still?
Still pretty high level, but
Big high level. I actually put this in with, on the bequest of Planning Board Committee Seltzer, who was very interested in this proposal. But I think part of it, we always talk about, how do we make Franklin look like Franklin? And this is one of the best ways to do that, is to actually, they'll have the language actually talk about what you do want in terms of, the character of the town, or what in terms of how things are set up within a zone, rather than just, the current system that they use currently. And I apologize if I'm not explaining it the best I could.
It's trying to, I'll give you examples of, some communities that probably have form-based code, or the Concords. So it's kind of synonymous with what the Historical District Commission's trying to get at. The pluses are, to Councilor Morangelo's point, you can kind of create, unique village districts that are within that character, like the Crossing or downtown. The downside at times is it's highly regulatory about what people can and cannot do on their properties, right? It's not like, you don't have to choose to be Nantucket, right? Where every shutter goes through, and a door goes through a review committee, but that's a very historic and unique place, right? So you don't have to have all those types of owners requirements. Kind of like what Alan Earl said earlier, it's a little customizable, but it does get into granular detail about what you're looking for on Dean Road or School Street or within the Dean Junior College Historical District. So it is trying to get at vanity. There's one part of it. Walkability is another part of it, stuff like that. So like the fence on property lines, things of that sort. I hope I'm characterizing this somewhat correct, but it's really about visualization and vanity more than setbacks, lawn requirements, driveway requirements, and things like that.
I would be open to exchanging it to, well, it says consider already, so.
Consider.
It doesn't mean we have to implement it.
Right. This will be an EDC decision probably whether to consider it or not.
And they would come to us with their recommendations like anything else, right?
Right.
Correct.
Yeah,
That would still end up in the planning board no matter what, so.
Yeah.
Right.
okay.
Right.
So everybody's okay with that one,
Mhm.
sounds like? The next one, Councilor Morangello.
I thought we were gonna change it to consider.
It
says
it
consider.
says
It
consider.
says consider.
But the
Oh, I'm looking at the
next
wrong
one says
one.
adopt, which might
It's late, I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
I'm looking at the
change
wrong
it to
one.
explore.
We're almost done.
We're almost there.
Councilor Morangello also
Horseshoes and hand
recommended
grenades.
H1.1C, adopt a 40R smart growth zoning overlay district downtown.
You wanna-
Councilor Morangello, you want to elaborate?
Yeah, so I think, we've talked a lot about affordable housing. We don't want it in certain places, we don't want it on, we don't want it on Maple, we don't want it on 444, we don't want it, but I think the sort of the best place to sort of have, denser, smarter growth that's transit-oriented, that's walkable, is downtown. And so as part of the master plan, they recommended this, and not only does this have the benefit of allowing sort of affordable development that's, sort of in that sort of transit-oriented area, but the state would actually kick in some money towards educating the students that would be live there, so that it doesn't actually impact the town's finances as much. The development doesn't impact the town's finances as much, and it is more likely to benefit the town in the long run. I would say, I think we've talked about a lot of places that are not best for the development, but if not downtown, where else really can you have people live? So.
Chair.
Well, Mark, go ahead.
So this issue was considered, I believe it was with the prior council. We actually had a presentation with Mark Bobrowski, who's the land use maven. My suggestion would be change it to encourage. 40R has shortcomings to it. If you don't care, basically what it's been explained as is basically legalized spot zoning, where you can be very precise in what kind of a development project. So if you're working with a developer, you can work cooperatively and come up with something you both can live with. If you don't do it that way, there's shortfalls. One thing is if you design it too loosely, the developer comes through and you could have unintended consequences. On the other hand, if it's too tight, nobody wants to do anything with it, so nothing happens. So it's ideal situation, and I know that Mark Bobrowski's worked with a number of communities and developers on different size projects. It's a tool that's there, but it's also somebody wants to redevelop their property, fine, let's use 40R, there's benefits to both of us to do that. So I would suggest, instead of adopt, encourage use of.
Yeah.
And that's what I was going to say, because I think there's a 20% affordable component
Yes.
with the 40Rs, right?
Yeah,
That's correct.
But the plus for developers is no limit on rate of return as there is with a 40B.
Yeah, see, that's one of my questions were, like, how does that work for the economics for the
So
developer?
that's the win-win component.
Yeah.
You only get 20%, so if it's, you only get the actual units credited towards your SHI, you don't get a whole project, just the actual. But the flip side of that is a developer isn't restricted in how much money they can make on the project as they are on a 40B. So it can be very much a win-win.
I mean, I think we should consider it, my own opinion. I just don't like the word adopt. Again, I think it's too definitive, but consider it or encourage or
What about evaluate?
evaluate.
Evaluate.
It really depends on a lot on the property owners there too, like trying to encourage them to do some kind of development and maybe this is the tool.
We've reached out to some, we've had this conversation.
We need to make them an offer they can't refuse.
Yeah,
Good luck with that.
We can offer them parking meters.
There you go.
That's really about it.
You just have,
So am I hearing that I'm scratching adopt and putting?
Evaluate.
Evaluate?
Evaluate was a good word.
yeah, actually, I don't know if we actually need to have this in here, because this is part of the economic development
it should
section of the master plan.
Correct.
Which would be considered there. I understand where Max is, I
Yeah.
agree 100% of what he's trying to do, but that's kind of redundant to what we want to do with the Economic Development Committee, and that would be part of the actions that they would take to evaluate that process. I don't know if this one necessarily needs to be called out, that's would be my only thing here, that's all.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would actually agree with that in the sense that 40R is really, at the end of the day, if you put an overlay district in, then you're wedded to that zoning district. But as I've always mentioned, and this is why the EDC couldn't come up with a recommendation, the first thing you want to do is have a developer willing to do it. And I'm just going to name it, Depot Plaza, okay?
Yeah.
That is a perfect 40R site. But if you put a thing in place and then they don't like the rules, you've lost your opportunity. To Attorney Searle's point, you actually want the developer to want to do it. And then work with them on what they want and try to come up to some sort of mutual agreement within 40R. So I think, Councilor LeBlanc, evaluate if you want to leave the goal in is fine, or just strike it and let the EDC, kind of work on this down the line.
What's everybody want?
Yeah.
Still gotta move on to another whole
Well,
page.
I just think, I guess I just want to make sure that we, I think leaving it in, I mean, this isn't just for us, this is how we evaluate Jamie. So, I mean, this is also, part of the system is to make sure we, do the things we, as a group, that we decide on to do. So I think there is a benefit to leaving something in there, whether it's, have the Economic Development Committee is a part of us, more or less, it's a body of us. So, I mean, I think including it in there would allow them to look into it.
And it keeps it forefront, Councilor Marangelo, right?
It does.
It keeps it on the list. So evaluate a 40R smart growth
Yeah.
zoning
Yep.
overlay district
Yeah,
down.
just to evaluate.
Okay. Okay. Develop a design for the town-owned SNET parcel with the State Department of Conservation and Recreation as outlined in Objective 3.5 in the Town Open Space and Recreation Plan. That's a given to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a
Feel
good
like
one.
that's a good one, right? Nobody had any objections, right?
No,
Okay,
that's a good one.
that's the,
I mean, the only thing I would say
Oh,
is we're not gonna develop the design, we wanna review and approve the design, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Well-
that's all, but that's semantic, so I'm
yeah,
not gonna worry about it too much.
and we're a long way away from
You're right.
anything where we're gonna
We'll be
see
pushing
anyone.
up daisies before that comes.
Whoa.
Councilor,
Telling you.
she's like, wait a minute,
Everybody's dying.
I'm hoping to walk on that someday.
Last meeting, people were saying they were dying too. I'm like, nobody's gonna be around to see any of this stuff happen.
That's what they said when they put the water tank in, right?
Seriously. Like, I'll come back from retirement to see the water tower go up. Okay. All right. Implement the preliminary phases of the approved master plans for Schmitz Farm and Maple Hill open space parcels as outlined in the town's open space and recreation plan using CPA funds.
Love it.
Everybody's good with that? Kind of at the point where we got to start moving with those ones, right? Other notable master plan implementation goals being worked on by town boards which may include town council and planning board involvement. Design Review Commission, LU 5.5A, empower the Design Review Commission to be an approving board or otherwise enforce design reviews LU 5.5B would be update design guidelines. Everybody's good with that one?
But these, Jamie, just to be clear, these are not our goals, or are these what other?
These are other boards that are taking on these projects because they're either affiliated with the master plan, I think in most of them. But they all, you know, if design review comes back with recommendations on sign bylaw changes, they either have to go through the EDC and then come up to us. But at some point, this may be time on your calendars, probably in 2027, for all of these. Because I can tell you, I understand Mr. Earl said the Historic District Commission is not as hard as people think. It is definitely as hard as people think.
It's expensive.
It's super expensive. It is very hard. And I will send you, by the way, a presentation that they did on October 15th at the council meeting. They did a long presentation that night, and I'll send it around to everybody. But these are things that eventually the council or planning board are gonna have to look at if these boards make that work. So I just wanted, as some of these goals were happening over the last month, boards were coming to the staff saying, we want to go review all of the sign bylaws, you know, we want to look at the deforestation and habitat, the conservation wants to rewrite their code, historical commission, all of them. But eventually, if you guys said, we're never going to have the time to look at these things, then I should tell them to not waste their time. I don't think that's what we want to tell them. But I think I wanted to acknowledge to all of you, these boards are working on some substantially challenging stuff that may or may not come to you guys down the line.
That's why I just wanted to raise it just in terms of how that fit against what we think our goals are, so.
It's not really your goals, but
Yeah.
eventually it becomes, because if historical commission comes up with a historic district, you know, plan, concept, you know, they can't approve it themselves, they have to create a bylaw around it. And then that's gonna require, you know, planning board, either hearings or council hearings to look at that.
Right.
So, by extension, they are kind of things that you may have to deal with. But I put them in a separate section because they're not really your exclusive goals.
I get it.
This is work that's being done by other folks. And that's to the Councilor Grella's point, I think, earlier about citizen committees, right? These are your citizen committees trying to accomplish all this stuff, and, you know, we should try to at least support them and empower them to do it, so. I think the first goals meeting, which was good, I think got other people talking about their areas and what they were gonna do, and I just wanted to note that these items might be coming up to you guys at some point.
Okay.
Obviously, Councilor Morangello, the one goal down the bottom is not one of those.
That's kind of what I was just.
I kind of didn't know where to fit that one in, so I just threw it at the bottom.
I was just gonna kind of say, the way you just explained it, why don't we, instead of you reading every one and us going over it, why don't we just use this as a block? These 4 ones, the concept.
Yeah, because there are other committee work, they just can stay.
Right, they
Okay.
can just stay, and then we'll go to Council Morangello's last.
Sure.
Okay, so Councilor Morangello suggested creating a policy establishing a 10-year planning cycle with a regular review timeline for a mission, vision, values statement, strategic plan, master plan, housing production plan, ADA transition plan, comprehensive facility assessment, long-term capital improvement plan, and other regularly occurring planning commitments. So we kind of do that anyway, Jamie, but
Yeah.
it's not like formally, it's not formally delineated, right?
No, I
So-
think that's still, I think almost all of that is represented in other parts of this list, or at least most of it.
But I think it's okay to, I mean, Councilor Morangello, did you want to speak to it further?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to like say, like, there's no, I don't know, calendar. I just want to make sure that we stay on top of everything, you know. And I know that there's all these things going around left and right. I know, you know, it'd be pretty crazy being a town administrator with all the things flying all over the place. So I just want to make sure that we have a calendar that, okay, this year we're going to do this year we're going to do this year we're going to do this. And there's some things we don't do in here. We don't have a mission values, vision value statement. I don't think we do have a value statement right now. I think there's a
You're
mission
gonna
and
create one,
vision. What was that?
You have, the first goal on the list is to try to create one.
No, yeah. But being able to tie all that together so we know when we're gonna do when, just to make it easier for us. That's all I want, you know. Just make it easy for us to know when we have to do, what we have to do.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the first one, and that's the only one I really want to comment on, is that they empower the Design Review Commission. Right now, they are advisory only to the planning board in the context of site plan, special permits. And they have final say on signage. So they have two different functions. I'd be concerned about giving them the final determination, so-called empowerment with respect to actual projects and design and all. That's usurping the planning board's authority.
And I would add on to what Mark said, I mean, personally, I agree with what the town attorney just said. What's written here is what's in the master plan. And at the end of the day, we need a decision some point. It doesn't have to be in the next 2 years. At some point, the community will either maintain the structure of approval we have, or the community will change the structure of it. Him and I may have a different view, but that doesn't mean everybody else can't have a different view than what we have to say we want to empower design review to do that. But again, that's why I put this section here. This is something design review is going to work on for a while. But I just want to note that is a actual verbatim goal in the master plan, even if Mark and I disagree with the goal.
So for the purposes of tonight, we don't have to alter the language?
No,
Right, it's in the master plan?
it's in the master
Yeah.
plan,
Okay.
verbatim.
And the one about keeping us on the timeline that Councilor Morangella proposed here at the bottom with the 900 different plans?
I will tell you, I will just be honest, there is not a shot in any type of orbit that I'm gonna be able to come up with a 10-year plan to keep in track on everything. Like, I need more bandwidth. I obviously have made the case for another assistant town manager. But even beyond that, and whether that happens or not,
Yeah, I just.
financing on this is gonna be the number one key. Like, the federal, state, local partnerships, economic, all this other stuff is gonna be contingent on whether you have money to do these things, like, right?
I mean,
So-
if I could, I mean,
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly agree with what Max is going here
Yeah,
for.
right, I
But
agree.
this is gonna go back to what I said at the beginning as my comment. If we wanna do this stuff, you have to commit human resources to do this.
Yeah, right.
Therefore, it's dollars in the budget to do this. So you can't sit here and say, we can't have more people, can't afford it, but I agree with all of this stuff here. I would say probably, Max, what you're looking for, maybe, and maybe I'm putting a little bit, you just want a timeline. It's not, we're not gonna, we're gonna do the capital plan 10-year this year, we're gonna do the master plan this year. I think that's what you're looking for here. You're not looking to do them right now. You just want a definitive schedule right now that says, the master plan was done in 2025, so we're gonna do it in 2035. The 10-year plan for long-term capital is gonna be done in 2027, 2037. I think that if we can get that, that's a start. But I do agree that to do all this stuff takes a lot of resources.
Right.
And it's truly necessary, so we better be willing to sit here and fund it.
Yeah.
And that means coming up with creative ways to fund this stuff. That's all I'm gonna say.
So is there edits to the language, or is it good?
No, I think it should just stay, right?
And what are your objections, specific objections, Jamie, that we just can't do it?
Councilor Blank actually just did it. He said if the master plan's 2025, the next one's up in 2035. If the capital plan's in 2037, the next one's in.
So my
I'm being a little saucy
concern
because
with
it's
this-
10 o'clock, but
Hold on, go ahead.
I just think the thing in here is it's a policy.
Right.
And if you want a one-pager for me to lay out, if you want a, when were the last, like the housing plan was 2024, if you want a list, I can easily do that pretty quickly. The ones that are hard on here are comprehensive facilities assessments, you know, ADA transition plans or like all that stuff. I don't think I could do that very quickly, right? But, I mean, if you want a policy or a
Schedule?
schedule,
Schedule.
we could do a schedule.
Create a schedule?
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the
So if I
process,
could,
right?
Hold on, go ahead.
okay, so
Thought we had it right at schedule.
yeah, love the idea. I get what we're trying to get, where you're trying to go. The issue is, if we have a schedule, we have to stick to it. Just kind of echoing what Councilor LeBlanc was saying. And because this all takes resources and money, it's almost the likelihood of us being able to stick to a schedule we put out is is low. And so if we put out a schedule and then don't stick to it, we're cutting off our nose to spite our face, or whatever the saying is. That's a nice one I can go with. It's not, so if Administrator Helen, can give us historically what's been done, that's one view. That might be helpful, because I can give you a sense of what things might be coming up in the future. But I would be inclined to not put projections out there, because whatever we do right now, whatever we lay out as a projection right now with the information that we have, is going to be wrong. And when we lay out what we're going to do and then don't meet the timeline, I don't even care if we get hammered for it, it's going to impact the town, and that's an issue. So I get what you're going for here. You know this, I love it, I think it's fantastic. I don't think we're there. We can show historically, hey, this is what's happened in the past, and that might be helpful, but I really strongly recommend we don't put projections out there for what's going to happen in the future, at least not yet.
So what's the proposed language change?
I don't think we need this, well, I think we kill it.
I'm fine with that, I don't know who else.
I'm fine with killing it.
And don't get me wrong, I love it, it's great, I want it in there, but I don't think it's a good idea for us to move forward with it.
Do we need to poll everybody?
Well, let's poll everybody.
Or,
It's okay.
or
I'll-
the other option is to put on here that we want, just so we have it, is change it to, let's look at our historically, when have we done these things? If we at least have the historical perspective, that keeps us in mind, that allows us to think about what the future might be without actually committing to what we're going to do going forward.
Is that possible? That's all right, Jamie, can you do that, or?
Yeah, we could try to put something together. I mean, there's some stuff in here that certainly hasn't happened as well as it should over the years, but, you know.
So would it be create a timeline, create a schedule, create a
I think you could
summary?
create a historical,
Historical.
I think the word schedule is fine. I mean, I think half of this I could probably pump out each time we're talking about it.
Projected or
Well, how about you just start
It's-
with, like you say, historical record of when these documents were produced. Simple as that, right?
So what, just somebody tell me what they want me to write, please.
Jamie's putting it together right now.
I'm not, I'm having a complete brain.
No, create a historical,
I was like,
record of
Publication
Franklin
dates,
Town
yeah.
planning cycle reviews.
planning cycle reviews. Create a historical record of the Franklin
Or
planning
cycle components,
reviews.
whatever, something like that.
Okay.
Something like that.
And everything.
That'll-
That's nice and easy.
Okay?
All right.
Before we move on, Mr. Chairman, I had one more, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
I'm actually calling it the Mark Minikeli rule, because he's here tonight. But we did not put in here anywhere the creation of the actual affordable housing index for the town of Franklin. And it's been talked about, and we've mentioned that it would be something that would be very helpful to have, and I'd like to suggest to the council that we include it as a goal.
To get,
It's gonna take some work, but to actually look at what are the real numbers, not, we have a 600-unit apartment complex and 25% are affordable, so we can count the whole 600. I think Mark's made the point many times to us that we have one number based on state definition, and then we have the reality. And it would be nice to be able to point to people to the reality.
Ted, I'm fine with that, it's just as long as we say evaluate or explore alternative HSI index.
Is there a standard already in place?
Well, it's the
Yes,
state
there is.
standard.
We
That's
have
what I
an
was gonna
affordable
suggest.
housing index, but
No,
we
but I'm
don't-
saying
we don't
like
have-
for this, but we have to create, are we creating our own thing?
You are creating
Yeah.
your own thing. He's creating his own thing. I think you just simply do review the standing housing index or something very basic, because Marina and the staff are actually they're basically pulling all that data together right now in the SHI, and we were planning at some point to do a presentation at the EDC or the council on what units count, what's the formula.
Oh, so you were already doing it?
Yeah, I've had Marina, been pulling out all of our building cap, but I don't want to I don't think doing the actual standard housing index is a good idea, because it's very subjective, and at some point, it's almost impossible to go out to 13,000 housing properties in town and find out who's charging less than they should. It's really hard. It's also creating something that doesn't exist.
That was not my proposal, though.
The ASHI? You wanted the actual standard housing index number of actual affordable units.
Go ahead,
That's how I understood it, yeah.
Yeah, Mark,
That's
go
how I
ahead.
understood it, right?
Yeah, so Mark Minichelli, 31 Longfellow Drive. My suggestion was of the 40B units,
Right.
Okay.
to only count the rental units that were affordable.
Oh.
Not including the private landlord units. So, and we are, on the Affordable Housing Trust, we are working with your staff members to try to pull a number together. So if you were to put some sort of an objective or goal together, you'd probably have a pretty good chance of hitting it. Because we're going to be developing a number. But my intention was not to include, now, there were some private landlords who were saying, include us.
I thought
That wasn't my proposal.
No, I never thought that was. I think you were just in the 40.
Use the inventory, this subsidized housing inventory numbers today, and subtract out the market
It's not a
units.
complicated, really, factor, because you've got the rentals, which only have to be 25%.
Right.
And then you get 100%, so that's 75% versus 25% right there. And the home ownership ones, which only the affordables count anyway. So it's really just discounting on the rentals.
Right.
But I'm all about putting goals on here that we can actually attain.
Review the standard housing index.
If you're already working on it, then that's fantastic, and then we can celebrate and have something to report out to people at the end of the year. So would everybody be okay with that as a goal?
Yeah, but review, right? You want to review it or evaluate it, right?
I think you just want to review the standard housing index.
Okay.
Review the SHI. Because you got to remember, we don't have any authority to change anything about the SHI.
No.
So the only action you could then take is lobby state government to change the standard housing index. But I don't think that's what Mark's goal was trying to do. He just wanted to know where the numbers all fell.
Right.
And he wanted to basically separate, if you had 100% units at Grove Street and there's 330, 100% of the units get added to the SHI.
Right.
But only 25% of them are deeded really actually affordable. And he wants to know how many are actually market rate that should be affordable.
My only objective was to know what we really have for affordable units in Franklin.
I know.
I get you, Mark.
Okay. So review the standard housing index, in parentheses, 40B rental communities only. Is that correct, Jamie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Is there a motion on the floor? Or is
No,
this
there isn't,
moved?
yeah.
No, we haven't gotten to that yet.
Okay.
You got 2 minutes.
You have to vote to extend, you vote to adjourn.
I gotta
I'm
actually
just-
read it, Max, then we gotta.
Don't want to be the guy, but
No, I do not have to read the whole thing. Say as amended.
No, wait a minute now,
So we do a motion to,
no.
motion to adopt resolution
26-10
as amended.
As
as amended. And now I need a second.
Second.
Third, fourth.
I would suggest
Discussion.
with the, as revised tonight.
As revised tonight.
Okay.
Yeah,
Motion to approve resolution 26-10 as revised tonight.
With
Second.
with attached goal, whatever it's called, with attached as revised tonight.
As revised, March 4th, 2026. Please see attached.
Can I second?
Yeah, second it.
Okay, then do you want me to actually read this or no?
Motion to waive the reading.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Wow, everybody's sick of hearing from me. All right.
So we have a motion on the floor for resolution 26-10. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Maintain a motion to adjourn.
So
Second.
moved.
Motion to adjourn. Oh,
Second?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
Opposed?
Non-debatable.
And we got done with that.
I was trying to say to get to 10 o'clock.
All
That was
right.
great.
I'm gonna take my battery back.
Yeah, you gotta have a
Recording stopped.